You know what I'm saying? 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 It's time for metaphysics, necrosis, hopefully not, but at least metaphysics. Mayuri? Mayuri? No matter how many times I call her name, Mayuri doesn't answer. Mayuri is standing in front of the grave, gazing at the sky. The grave belongs to her mother, who died when Mayuri was 11 years old. Her parents were always busy with work, so her grandmother was her only companion. I was close to Mayuri's family, so her death was sad for me too. At the wake, I expected Mayuri to break down and cry. She didn't. Instead, she spent the whole time gazing vacantly at her grandmother's memorial portrait. 6 months went by. I had advanced to middle school, so Mayuri and I no longer commuted together. But whenever I passed the cemetery on the way home, Mayuri would always be standing there. Every day, rain or shine, she would stand for hours before the grave, staring wordlessly at the sky as if she could see her grandmother in heaven. In her hands, an old pocket watch. The watch had belonged to her grandmother. Mayuri always held it when visiting the grave. Mayuri? No matter how many times I called her name, Mayuri did not answer. Back then, Mayuri didn't talk to anyone, not to me, not even to my parents. Whenever I saw her standing there, staring at the sky, I felt unease grip my heart. Her gaze was so earnest, her intentions so pure, that I feared some power might grant her wish and carry her off to heaven to join her beloved grandmother. And so, to ensure that nothing like that happened, I made sure to stop by the cemetery every day. I would stand next to the sky gazing Mayuri and call her name. Mayuri? No matter how many times I'd call her, Mayuri wouldn't reply. The only sound in the lonely cemetery was the echo of my voice calling her name. It was raining that day, too. Mayuri had a light blue umbrella. In contrast to the umbrella's color, the sky was glazed gray, covered in clouds. After a while, the rain stopped. Rays of light shone through gaps in the clouds. A stunningly beautiful sight. Rembrandt's rays, they're called, or sometimes the angel's ladder. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the cemetery. It caught Mayuri's umbrella and carried it into the sky. Mayuri seemed not to notice. She kept staring at the sky. And then, slowly, so very slowly, she stretched her hand out to the sky, as if to grasp the rays of light, as if her grandmother were reaching down to pull her up. And then she lifted herself on her toes. To me, it looked as if she were floating up towards heaven. Impulsively, I grabbed Mayuri's outstretched hand and pulled her into my embrace. In retrospect, my fears were just a childish fantasy, but at the time I truly believed that Mayuri might vanish. I won't let you go. I won't let anyone take you away. I realized how embarrassing the words coming from my own mouth were. You're my hostage now. My guinea pig. It was the first excuse that came to mind. Before her grandmother died, Mayuri and I were fans of a popular TV series about costumed heroes battling evil. I particularly admired the villain, a mad scientist. I even got pretty good at mimicking his lines. Now I was doing it to hide my embarrassment. I could feel my face growing red, but I kept up the mad scientist act all the same. If nothing else, it was better than admitting my insecurities. There's no escaping me. As I said this, I realized that Mayuri was shaking. Oh, she whispered. It was the first time in 6 months that I heard her speak. Her voice was choked with tears. Yeah, she's your hostage. I guess I'm stuck here. She smiled happily. Tears fell from her eyes. And then Mayuri buried her face in my chest. Where am I? Who am I? I can't see. I can barely think. A terrible screech filled my head, like feedback from a giant speaker. It penetrates my brain like 100 sharp needles, stabbing me right behind the eyes. I thought brains weren't supposed to feel pain. Be. And there's no more. Rather, there is more. I feel a shiver of pleasure beneath the pain and a terrible itching like my body is on fire. Gabe. I want to crack open my skull and tear out my brain. I want to scrape out my soft gray matter with my fingers and eat it. Oh, be. The assault on my brain is driving me crazy. Who am I? Akabe, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, the shattered pieces of the world reform. I slowly come back to my senses. I'm in the lab, standing in front of the phone wave, named subject to change, with my cell phone to my ear. No, not the phone wave, named subject to change, since headgear is attached to it. It's the time leap machine. It's hard to breathe. Give me oxygen. I hear a low, wheezing groan and realize that it's coming from my own throat. I close my mouth, then take a deep breath. The insides of my throat feel like they're burning. I resist the urge to cough and continue filling my lungs with air. I notice that I'm drenched in sweat. The drops sliding down my forehead are annoying. I try to wipe them away with the back of my right hand. My hand obeys. Slowly. Something is off. It's like my body and my mind aren't totally in sync with each other. Almost as if this isn't really my body. As if my nerves aren't communicating properly with my extremities. I try blinking slowly. This might just be my imagination. Could this be exhaustion? I haven't slept much lately. I try to move my hand again. There is no disconnect this time. This is my body. Okabe, are you listening? A familiar voice. I turn around slowly. Karisu is there. She stares at me, perplexed. What was that screaming for? What is she talking about? Are you sick? I try answering, but my voice doesn't work too well. Even more bewildered, I clear my throat several times. No, I'm fine. Then get ready to go already. We're going shopping, remember? Shopping? For what? I search my memories. The moment I do, images appear in my mind like a string of exploding light bulbs. Humans are temporal beings. But no, you're fine. Are you sure about this? Really? I remember now. I used the time leap machine. You'll remember the future. That's right. What am I standing around for? Where am I? Huh? grab Chris's shoulders and pull her close. What time is it now? What month? What day? Hey, that hurts. Calm down. How can I be calm? Shopping? You said we're going shopping. Which shopping trip is she talking about? Daru is sitting at his computer staring at us wild-eyed. Wide-eyed? Daru, what day is it? What time is it? Well, it's the 13th. A little past 5. The 13th. A little past 5. Did it work? Let's just check the old phone, otherwise, what's the point? Who do I call? If anybody. Oh, I'm supposed to call Mayuri. Duh. Mayushi's here. Mayuri, where are... But I can't answer the phone right now. It went to voicemail? Please leave your message after the beep. Mayuri, contact me at once, okay? At once. I hang up. I look at my watch again. It's just past 5. Thank God for the time loop machine. It makes me shiver to imagine what would have happened without it. I have 3 hours until Moek kills Mayuri. Everything's going to be okay. That's plenty of time to escape. First, I'll meet up with Mayuri and leave Akuba. We can go to Ikikabukuro. Wait, what if they're watching our house? Maybe we should hop a bullet train and get out of Tokyo entirely. Anyway, we're fine as long as Moeka doesn't find her today. So first, I need to find Mayuri. Okabe, you look kind of crazy. What's wrong? Kurisu and Daro look at me with concern. Both of you, get out of here. Now. What's this about? I check my wallet. I only have 9,000 yen and some change. I'll need to stop by an ATM and withdraw everything I have. Is this another one of your fantasies? Kurisu shrugs her shoulders, dumbfounded. I don't have time to answer her. I slip beside her and dash out of the lab. Okabe! Where are you going? Hey! I run full speed to the Yanabayashi shrine. Naturally, I have to stop for breath before I get more than a few blocks. The sun is setting, but the temperature still hasn't dropped below 30. Sweat quickly covers my entire body. I'm not good at exercise in the first place. I finally stagger through the archway. Now I regret not borrowing Suzura's bicycle. But no, there wasn't time for that. Finding Mayuri comes first. I run to the courtyard where I find Lukako standing alone with her bamboo broom. Lukako! Ah, Akabe-san. She bows her head. What's wrong? Mayuri. Where's Mayuri? Mayuri-chan already left. She left? Yes. When you see her, could you tell her that I'm sorry? I'd really prefer not to cosplay. I don't want to disappoint her, but it's too embarrassing to dress like that in front of people. I finally catch my breath. I don't have time to listen to Lukako's apologies. Mayuri went back to the lab? Huh? I think so. That doesn't make sense. I know she comes to the lab around 6:30. It's still 5:30. No matter how slowly you walk, it shouldn't take more than 20 minutes to get back to the lab. So, what is she doing for the extra 40 minutes? We don't have time for this. She didn't say she was dropping by somewhere? No. I didn't ask. Is something wrong? If Mayuri comes back here, tell her to call me right away. Oh, okay. I'd better check the lab. We might have missed each other. When I get back to the lab, nobody's there but Daru. Did Kurisu go shopping by herself? I call out to him as he's ordering pizza on the computer. Where's Mayuri? Did she come back? Eh? No? Where is she? I take a bottle of Dr. P out of the fridge and chug it down. The cold, sparkling liquid wets my parched throat and drives the heat away. Now I can think. But I still can't relax. Every minute, every second is precious. Each moment I waste brings me closer to Mayuri's death. Hey, Okarin, why are you so jumpy? I need to find Mayuri. Isn't she at Lucas's? Not anymore. She was gone by the time I got there. I start to pace in irritation. Maybe she went to see one of her cosplay friends. Who? What's her phone number? How should I know? Damn. It's easy to forget since she's usually here, but Mayuri and I rarely spend time together outside of the lab. May Queen and this shrine, that's about it. I have no idea where else she might go. May Queen doesn't even exist on this world line. Ah, now that you mention it. Do you know something? I think she said that her phone was about to run out of power. She had to turn it off. Yet another setback. Not only am I unable to contact her, she might not even notice my phone calls. Hey, what's going on? Why are you still here, Daru? I thought I told you to leave. I sit on the sofa. I feel the weight of stress on my shoulders and in my bones. I'm not leaving without a good reason. Tell me what's going on, man. They're going to kill Mayuri. What? Sends after us. In 2 hours, their men will break in and kill Mayuri. Get out while you still can. What? For real? Can you get in touch with Grisu? Pass the message on to her. In 2 hours? How do you know that? Daru pauses for a moment. He looks towards the development room where the time loop machine is sitting. No way. You used it? I nod gravely. I kick Daru out of the lab and send him home. He promises to call Grisu for me and tell her to stay at her hotel. But a few minutes later, she calls me directly and demands an explanation. It takes some effort, but I manage to convince her to do as I say. Now I just need to wait for Mayuri to get back. I thought about looking for her, but it's too risky. We could miss each other like we did at the shrine. Better to wait here in front of the building. While waiting, I try to convince myself that everything will be okay. Mayuri returns to the lab at 6:30. That leaves about an hour before Moeka's attack. In an hour, we could ride the bullet train from Tokyo Station to Shizuoka. Is that the best plan? Maybe we should get off at Yokohama and lay low in a hotel for a while. I could think about what comes next after Mayuri is safe. The time loop machine doesn't matter. Moeka can have it. My top priority is to prevent Mayuri's death. Sweat accumulates on my forehead and rolls down my face. Hurry back, Mayuri. Huh? Startled, I turn towards the voice. Suzu and Mr. Braun have emerged from the Braun Tube workshop. I see them lock the door. I guess they're closing up shop. That's right, I forgot about Susua. What are you doing here, Okabe Rithuro? Nothing. That reminds me. During the attack, she took down 5 armed commandos in the blink of an eye. I still can't believe it. Where does an 18-year-old girl learn to move like that? And then there was her strange behavior immediately before the attack. She left as soon as she heard about the bomb threat, almost as if she knew something was going to happen. And finally, there's that business with her father. Everything about her is a mystery. Who is Amane Suzuha? Oh, you know. Oh, I know. You're getting ready for that party tonight, aren't you? How did you know we're having a party? Shina Mayuri. She came by early today to invite me over. Hope you've got room for one more, because I'm... You can't. Am I a bother? No. It's okay, I understand. I guess I'm still an outsider. That's not it. What's wrong with you, Okabe? Let my part-timer join your little club. You owe her, remember? It's thanks to her belly that I let you off the hook for shaking the building last time. My belly? Hey. Suzuha has recovered her jacket. She's probably dressed now. Properly dressed now. She's got a fine belly, tight and well-trained. I'm standing right here, you dirty old man. That party is cancelled. I'm sorry. Part-time warrior, but please, go home today. Cancelled? Yeah. Sorry. I attempt to smile, but with little hope of success. I don't know what's going on, Okabe, but don't do anything reckless. Huh? It's weird to have him give me advice. I thought he was just a dirty old man who loved CRTs. Maybe he's sharper than I thought. Or maybe he's just telling me to stop shaking the building. I got in a fight with Mayuri. Things are a little complicated right now. That's all. That's the best lie I can manage. Oh. Is there gonna be blood? Blood? I mean, look over there. Suzuha points across the street. I turn to look. To my surprise, there's Mayuri walking up the street with a big bag. When she notices us, she waves her hand with a ditzy smile. Mayuri! Huh? Weren't you fighting? She looks really happy to see you. I ignore Suzuha and run to Mayuri. The clock on my phone says 6:33. Hey! Where are you going? I wasted a precious time talking to Suzuha. Now that I've secured Mayuri, we need to get as far away from Akiba as we can. What's the rush, Okarin? I ignore her question and grab her hand. Run! To the station! Wait! My bag! Forget it. Just run. Eh? Why? Just run! I can't get the image of Mayuri's death out of my mind. I won't let them kill her. I won't. Mayuri gives no further resistance. She follows obediently, quickly matching my pace. I forget that she's faster on her feet than I am. Hey, where are we going? First we'll head for Tsukuba or Yokohama. I'm already gasping for air. Mayuri, however, might as well be strolling along for all the difficulties she's having. How can she be so ditzy yet so athletic at the same time? The sun has already set, but the sky is still a mix of indigo and orange. We run through streets lit by dazzling shops. Everything will be fine once we make it on the train. I hold this thought in my mind as we run. I'm already exhausted. Mayuri practically has to drag me along to keep going. Shouldn't we rest a bit? No. Stopping. Until we're on the train. I might do my best to keep up the pace. But Ogrin, you're covered in sweat. You shouldn't push yourself. You're not good at exercise. When we reach the station, I realize that something is wrong. The station is packed. Seriously packed. You don't see this many people, even at rush hour. The crowd is milling around the entrance. For some reason, it looks like no one is going in. What's going on here? A protest? Some kind of street performance? I don't have time for this. Just then, an announcement plays over the PA. Your attention, please. Yamanote, Kihan, Tohoku, and Sobu lines are currently suspended. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience and kindly ask for your cooperation. Finally, I realized my mistake. That's right, before the attack, the trains were stopped by a bomb threat. No wonder there's so many people standing around. In my haste to flee the city, I completely forgot. How could I have been so stupid? I wonder what happened. All of the train lines are stopped. We can't escape Akiba. What about other means of public transportation? The subway or the bus? Should we go to another station? I turn around and head back the way we came, keeping a firm grasp on Mayuri's hand. But before we can get more than a few steps, a man steps out of the crowd and blocks our way. I realize that we're surrounded. Okabe Rintaro. A low voice. A face I've never seen. He's not one of the 5 who broke into the lab. Okarin, do you know these people? Mayuri grips my arm tightly as she looks anxiously at the men. Come with us. Who are you? Instead of answering, the man makes a grab for my arm. I jerk away and try to escape, but the men move to block us again. If you resist, we'll kill you. CERN! They're with Moeka? She must have planned for this in advance. A chill runs up my spine. I made a terrible mistake when we hacked into CERN. We made a terrible mistake. I realize that now, though it's far too late. Are you going to kill us with all these witnesses around? This isn't a game. I feel something cold against my back. I don't realize what it is at first. Then it hits me. A gun. I go. My blood goes cold. Am I going to die here? Will my time leaping be for naught? No, I can't give up. I won't let Mayuri die. I won't accept that future. But how do I get out of this? The crowd at the station has grown even thicker. People are starting to argue with the station personnel, demanding to know when they can go home. The station situation is quickly becoming chaotic. Suddenly, a fight breaks out nearby. It looks like some people are trying to shove their way through. This could be our chance. A tide of people surges into us, knocking the man behind me off balance. Now! I quickly turn and strike the man's hand aside. His gun falls away. Then the man gets swallowed by the crowd. Run, Mayuri! I grab Mayuri's hand and start running. We have to fight our way through the crowd, but that also thwarts our pursuers. As soon as we've reached the main street, we start running back towards the lab. Of course, we can't return to the lab itself. Moeka's group will be there shortly. Is the subway still running? If we get on at Surahirachu station, we can take the Ginza line to Shibuya. From there, we can grab a train heading out of Tokyo. I still haven't recovered from my exhaustion. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. We can't stop now. I have to keep running. It doesn't take long before a new obstacle appears. 4 men walking together. Up ahead suddenly stop and turn to face us. I've got a bad feeling about this. They don't look like otaku. Are they with CERN too? My fears are confirmed when the 4 men start walking towards us, arms spread to block the street. No doubt about it, they're after us too. I turn to flee back towards the station, and there I see the first group of men closing in behind us. We're trapped. Enemies on both sides. There's only one choice. I grab Mayuri and make for the nearby side street. Where are we going, Okarin? I'm trying to get to Suzuhiracho station without using the main streets. But as we pass UPX, several men on the bridge point at us and shout something. Are they with CERN too? How many men do they have? We turn back and change course. Okay, Mayuri, you're a faster runner, so talking while running uses up all my breath. Sweat drips into my eyes, making it hard to see. You, go on ahead. Go to Hariti Shrine in Ikebukuro. We'll meet. Before I finish, I catch sight of another group of men waiting for us up ahead. What's going on, Okarin? I look back. The group from before is chasing us. We're surrounded by enemies. The familiar streets of Akiba are filled with agents of CERN. I recall what Moeka said. You have nowhere to run. We have men stationed throughout Akibahara. Despair seizes my heart. Is escape impossible? We're just kids playing at science in the safety of our tiny little lab. Our enemy is a multinational conspiracy willing to kill anyone who gets in their way. We were doomed from the start? No matter what, we must get away. Leading Mayuri by the hand, I push my way through the crowd, then jump the fence onto the road. Something strikes me with crushing force, sending me tumbling across the pavement. I come to a stop several meters away. My body is racked with intense pain. A red curtain covers my eyes. I try to brush it off, but my hand comes away slick with blood. I grit my teeth against the pain and lift my head. Mayuri is lying on the pavement a few meters away. I reach out to her. Mayuri. No response. Mayuri is motionless. No. Did the impact kill her? Mayuri. This can't be happening. The car that ran us over, a white van, pulls up. The door opens, and out steps. I've stopped them. Kiru Moeka. Her again. She knew the exact moment to be here in order to run over poor Mayuri. I've secured Okabe-kun. I mean, Okabe Rentaro. She's talking to someone on her phone. Has she been tracking us this whole time? Contact the police. Shina Mayuri is dead. She looks down at me with eyes cold enough to freeze my blood. Why did you kill her? Because you ran. You monster. Mustering my strength, I leap up and throw myself at Moeka. She goes down hard. I hear her head smack against the pavement. I stand up and look around. Moeka is dazed and unable to stand, but I see CERN agents making their way towards us through the crowd. I've got to get out of here. I take a step. A sharp pain stabs through my body. The crash must have broken a bone in my leg. It doesn't matter. I have to get to the lab and time leap again. That's the only way to save Mayuri. I look back at the side of the accident. Moeka is slowly regaining her feet, but Mayuri remains limp and motionless on the road. It breaks my heart to leave Mayuri lying there, but I have no choice. I have to go. Back to the lab. Fighting the pain of my broken leg, I managed to drag myself back to the lab. Surprisingly, CERN's men didn't catch me. Nobody's at the lab when I arrive. Only the lights are still on. Relieved that Kurisu and Daru haven't returned, I head straight to the development room. I remembered to break into the Bron Tube workshop to turn on the 42-inch CRT. My body is drenched in sweat, and I can't stop shivering. Everything hurts, especially my right side where the car hit me. If I'm not careful, I might lose consciousness. My vision is blurry. It's hard to focus. My left arm is numb and can barely move. But still, I force myself to activate the X68000 and input the settings. I'm gasping for breath like a wounded animal. The sound of my heartbeat fills my ears. Mayuri. They killed her again. I failed to protect her. I'm sorry, Mayuri. I'm sorry. Choking back my tears, I frantically pound on the keyboard. Police sirens echo in the distance. Moeka hit Mayuri in front of hundreds of witnesses. They'll probably take her in for questioning. Even if CERN bails her out somehow, she should be stuck for at least a couple of hours. The real problem is her men. Those mercenaries, or whatever they were, CERN's hit squad. Why didn't they come after me? It should have been easy for them to catch me, injured as I am. I need to hurry. If they show up here, they'll kill me for sure. Settings complete. I put on the headgear. I'll get blood on it, but that doesn't matter. A surge of anxiety washes over me. What if the time leap fails? What if my memories are corrupted? I might forget who I am. I might lose myself. Should I really use the machine? Of course I should. I curse my weakness. Mayuri's dead. Remember? This can't be allowed to happen. No risk is too great. I will save Mayuri, whatever it takes. I alone have the power to change the past. What am I waiting for? Swallowing my fear, I activate the time leap machine. About 4 hours back. A screeching in my ears, needles stabbing into my brain, 1,000 emotions flooding my senses. The world bends, pulses, then returns to normal. The pain of my wounds has vanished like magic, replaced by a piercing pain in my brain. I fight back a wave of nausea and take stock of the situation. I'm sitting on the sofa with my phone to my ear. Another successful time leap. That makes 3. Looks like the time leap machine works perfectly. I'm sure it would boost Kurisu's confidence if I told her. But that will have to wait until Mayuri is out of danger. I stand up and look around the lab. Where's Mayuri? What? Kurisu, who was dozed off next to me, wakes up with a jerk at the sound of my voice. Don't shout. I've been working all night, so let me rest a bit. Where is Mayuri? What's wrong with you? She went to Lukashi. So remember? Damn, she already left. I should call or send a mail. The last time I called, and it didn't answer. It didn't work. I need to get in touch with her somehow. Mayuri went to see someone after leaving the shrine. The question is who? Think. Consider every possibility. Damn, why did I forget? Before I time leaped, I should have asked Mayuri where she was today. Not thinking straight, I have to calm down. Wait, I know. Last time we failed because we went to Akihabara Station. I should have known that CERN would be watching. This time, we'll take a taxi to another station, then hide somewhere until things calm down. For now, all I can do is wait for Mayuri in return. To return. It's driving me crazy. I consider explaining the situation to Kurisu and Daru, but I just don't have the strength to do that right now. Besides, I don't want to get them involved. I'll take care of it myself. I won't let any more of my friends die. As before, the Braun Tube workshop closes early. Mayuri appears as Suzuha and Mr. Braun are leaving. We ran through Kande Miyojin's back streets to Ochapinomizu Station, taking only minimal precautions to avoid attracting attention. We have to get there before the Sobu line shuts down. We managed to make it to the station without being stopped, but when we get there, I see a group of men waiting by the station. They look like CERN. Change of plans. We turn around and head for Shin Ochaminuzu subway station. We arrive at the station later than I intended. I don't usually come here, so I get lost. I stare nervously at the platform clock. According to the scrolling displays, Yamanote, Kihain, and Tohoku and Sobu lines have already suspended operation. Wait, it looks like the Chiyoda line has too. It must be protocol to assume that nearby stations may be threatened, even stations on unconnected lines. Damn. Mayuri hasn't said a word about my strange behavior. This is the 3rd time I've led her on this escape, but each time she follows me without complaint. Does she really trust me that much? Maybe she can feel my desperation. That's why I want so badly to save her. We've been together for more than a decade. She's like a little sister to me. I'll leap as many times as it takes. Mary tilts her head quizzically. I realize that I'm staring at her. Okurin, Miyoshi has a lot of questions, but she'll wait for now. But once it's over, I want you to tell me everything, okay? Yeah, I promise. Mary smiles happily at that answer. That's right. We will wait for the train. I should ask Mayuri about her whereabouts today. If I have to leap again, I'll need all the information I can get. Where did you go after you saw Lugogo? I got an email from Fubuki-chan. A thread came loose on her costume. I went to fix it. Where does Fubuki-chan live? We met at the Starbucks in UPX, so that's where she was. Just then, an announcement plays over the PA system. The subway is resuming normal operations. About 20 minutes have passed since we arrived. I didn't expect to be stuck here that long, but it's okay. Right now, Moeka should be in Akihabara, heading to the lab. Everything is going to be alright. While waiting for the train, I examined the route map on the station's notice board. We can transfer to an overland train at Yoyogi Iohara. It'll take a while, but that will take us all the way to Odawara. Another announcement. Our train is arriving. I can hear the rumbling and see the lights at the end of the tunnel. Mayuri and I are standing just behind the white line. I reach for her hand, meaning to make a dash for the train when the doors open, but I guess there's no hurry now. I let my hand fall to my side. Empty. The roar comes closer. About the party tonight. Mayuri is saying something. I can't quite hear her over the train. It got cancelled, but we should definitely... Mayuri! Suddenly, Mayuri disappears. Huh? There, she's leaning out over the tracks. She's off balance, as if she stumbled, or someone pushed her. She seems to hang there for a moment, and then the train comes screaming into the station. I hear a sound from under the train. I can't describe it, but it makes me instantly nauseous. Sparks fly as the train slams on its brakes. The people on the platform scream. I turn to where Mayuri was just a moment ago. There stands a familiar girl, tiny, adorable, a cute black rabbit pouch slung over her shoulder. Tinoji Ne. She looks up at me. Her eyes are wide. Her lips tremble. I saw Mayuri. I wanted to surprise her. It wasn't on purpose. It wasn't. She stares at me for a few more seconds as if waiting for me to say something, then turns and runs away. The platform is in chaos. The PA informs us that there's been a personal injury accident. Nay is already gone. I don't go after her. Instead, I peek timidly through the gap between the train and the platform. One side of the track is a wash of red. My mind is blank. I can't think. I don't even remember how I got back to the lab. Moeka's group should have come and gone, but the time leap machine is still here. I guess I should be grateful. It takes longer than usual to set up the machine. For some reason, I have trouble recalling my own phone number. At last, it's ready. Now, take me back. The leap occurs instantaneously. Tider claimed that his time machine takes 1 hour of subjective time to travel 10 years. I don't know if ours has the same behavior, but now it's not the time to find out. 10 years. I have no business that far back. Besides, according to Karisu, time leaping too far into the past could cause mental disorders due to the gap between personality and memory. Juicy chicken number 1. Mayuri is singing her chicken song, though she's actually eating pre-cooked chicken from the convenience store instead of her usual juicy chicken number 1. She had to switch because she can't warm up frozen chicken in the microwave, which is now a dedicated part of the timing machine. I was right to come back 5 hours. Mayuri is still in the lab. But what the hell happened back there? It hurts. But I force myself to recall that horrifying scene. Mayuri died again. This time it happened at Shinomizu Station, a place completely unrelated to the lab or the bomb threat. Tenojine pushed her onto the tracks, where the train tore her to shreds. Could Nei be working for CERN too? No, that can't be right. Nei has a habit of jumping on Mayuri and greeting. She was probably just being her usual affectionate self. But why did she choose that precise moment? I don't know. I sense malice. Whose malice? It's like fate is playing a cruel joke on us. Whatever the case, all that matters now is that I have another chance. I need to act. I have the power to save Mayuri. I will do whatever it takes to find a way. This time, we hail a taxi to Chuodori. It'll be expensive, but that hardly matters now. Mayuri comes along quietly. I consider taking her home to Ikebukuro, but Moeka's group might be watching her house. I have no idea where they are at this point in time. Instead, I ask the driver to take us to Shinagawa. However, the traffic is unusually heavy. The driver says it's never been this bad before. There must be an obstruction up ahead, an accident or something. That's the only explanation I can think of. We've made it out of Akiba, but at this rate, it will take forever to reach Shinagawa. I consider getting off here and taking the train, but then I remember what happened at Shinomizu Station. I have a bad feeling about this. The traffic jam could be CERN's doing. I look out the window and scan the crowd for anyone who might be a CERN agent. 3 hours later, we're still stuck. According to a conversation I overheard between our driver and another driver, there's some kind of inspection up ahead. Furthermore, it doesn't seem to be a police inspection, and a small fight broke out at the inspection site, or something. To make matters worse, this road has already been closed off, and all the cars behind us are being detoured. There are only about 100 cars waiting, but the inspection has been at a standstill for 3 hours. This can't be a coincidence. Once again, I feel the malice of fate manipulating the situation. Is Mayuri going to die again? If I'd known this was going to turn out like this, I'd have ditched the taxi hours ago. It's not too late. I should pay the driver and get off, right? Just then, someone knocks on the window. Our taxi is stopped in the middle of the road. What's going on? I look over, but before I can say anything, a man opens the rear door and gets in next to Mayuri. Eh? He's holding a knife. Another assassin. Mayuri, look out! Before she can reply, the man covers Mayuri's mouth with a large, meaty hand. I try to open my door, but it's locked. Only the driver can open it from the inside. Mayuri opens her eyes wide. Her body twitches. What? It all happened so fast. The man sinks his knife into Mayuri's chest. A bright red spot stains her clothes. What? Be quiet, Okubero. Another man gets into the passenger seat, points a gun at the driver and says something to him. Strength drains from Mayuri's body. Her eyes slowly close. A tear rolls down her cheek. I watch her die inches away, powerless to stop it. I can feel her last breath against my skin. They killed her again. Why? Why? Why can't I save her? Why won't you let me save her? Who decided that Mayuri must die? Moeka? CERN? Or does the world itself wish for Mayuri's death? I won't accept that. I clench my jaw and throw myself forward, driving my forehead into the killer's nose. God! He falls back. I shout to the driver. Open the door! I crawl out of the taxi and take off running through the traffic jam. After running for hours, I make it back to the lab. Luckily, the time leap machine is still there. I have to leap again. Every time we run, Mayuri dies. 6 hours into the past, I clutch my head and rack my brain for an answer. I feel like I've hit a dead end. What do I do if we can't run away? Is there no way to save her? No. There has to be a way. What you talking about? Mayuri's blank stare is the only answer I get. This time, I take her to the closest police station and beg them to protect her. When asked why, I explain that someone is going to kill Mayuri 6 hours from now. But without any proof that there's someone after her, they have no choice but to turn us away. It's past 6 by the time we leave the station, and we're left with no choice but to keep running. I wish I could blame my previous failures on bad luck. We could try Ochenminozu or Shimbashi Station again. And maybe this time she won't die. But I don't have the courage to try those routes again. At the same time, we can't stay in Akiba. We're running out of options. Subways, trains, taxis, all out. Attempting escape by those means will get Mayuri killed, so my heart tells me. Perhaps the fear is irrational, but I can't put it out of my mind. I've seen her die a half dozen times already. Shot, stabbed, torn to pieces. I can't go through that again. We take refuge in Yodobashi Camera. I thought we could keep hiding there indefinitely, but just after 7 we hear an explosion in front of the station. Yodobashi goes into chaos. Policemen appear and start evacuating the store. When I try to explain our situation, an officer shouts, "Terrorist!" and pulls his gun. This can't be happening. This isn't America. Japanese police officers don't shoot without provocation. Mayuri dies. It happens so fast. Policeman shoots her right in the head. I don't know if he's a real policeman or a certain assassin in disguise. It doesn't matter. I can't deny it any longer. The world itself is killing Mayuri. This time, I don't time leap into action immediately. Rather, don't leap into action immediately. Again, instead, I sit on the couch and collect my thoughts. Every time I try to save Mayuri, it ends in the worst possible way. To make matters worse, I no longer even know what I'm supposed to be saving her from. Cause and effect. Why does Mayuri die? At first, I thought that it was Moeka and her hit squad sent by CERN to steal our time machine. But as I leapt back in time again and again, the cause of Mayuri's death keeps changing. At Shin-Ochanomizu, let's try that one more time. Shin-Ochanomizu station, she died because Ne pushed her off the platform. CERN had nothing to do with that. It was an accident. Each time I leapt, she dies a different way. What does that mean? I've been thinking for an hour and I'm no closer to an answer. I want someone to tell me, but who can I ask? I'm the only person in history to leap through time. No, there's one more, John Titor. But he's not replying to my emails anymore, and he hasn't posted on our channel in days. I'm not even convinced he's a real-time traveler. I decide not to run this time. Instead, I take a different approach. Strike first. I send Moeka an email. I need to talk to you about our time machine. Meet me alone. I designate the roof of Radikan as our meeting place. 2 weeks have passed since the satellite crashed, but it's still there and the building's still closed. At least the security is lessened, so it's easy for me to sneak in. Not that there's any sneaking to do, I just walk in through the front door like I belong there. No one questions me. Last time I came here was for Dr. Nakabashi's presentation. Of course, on this world line, the presentation was cancelled. Naturally, there's nobody here but me. It occurs to me that this is a dangerous gambit. Moeka might have a gun, and I already know that she's willing to use it. But then, I don't intend to play fair either. We're supposed to meet at 5:30. It's just after 5. I came early in order to ambush her. I hide in the shadows and wait with bated breath. About 30 minutes later, I hear the door open. Moeka makes her entrance, alone. She looks around restlessly. She still hasn't noticed me. I take a gun out of my shirt. It's not real. It's future gadget number 1, the bit particle gun. It's just a toy ray gun with a remote control attached. Obviously a bluff, but all I could prepare on such short notice. I run up behind Moeka and shove the bit particle gun into her back. Don't move. Hands up. Just like a Hollywood movie. But this isn't a movie, this is real. And she isn't an actress. She's a murderer. After Moeka raises her hands, I feel through her clothes. Sure enough, she's carrying her gun. I take it from her and press it to Moeka's back in place of the bit particle gun. Sorry to disappoint you. The first gun was a toy. Talk. I know you were sent by CERN. How? How? You want to know how? My frustration and rage boils over. Because of her, Mayuri, I came from the future, that's how. You think I'm lying? I've repeated the last several hours a half dozen times already. I've lost count of how many times exactly. And I haven't slept at all that entire time. Strangely, I'm not tired at all. I know what you're planning. Around 7, you're going to stop the trains. Moeka gasps. So it was their doing. I also know that you're planning to attack the lab. You and your men. And then you're going to kill Mayuri. I understand. I'm a time leaper. Moeka nods faintly. I could kill her now. It would be easy. But no, I need information. Who are you people? Rounders. Moeka answers with surprising obedience. I guess she values her own life, even though she has no problem with depriving other people of theirs. Rounders? What does that mean? How are you related to CERN? By email. No! Speak! The Rounders are an organization separate from CERN. Covert operations. We don't exist. Like a private army? No. Our mission is to find and acquire IBN 5100s. They send us around the world. We collect them. IBN 5100s. That's right. When I met her, she was looking for an IBN 5100. These days, they're nearly impossible to find. People will pay millions just to own one. Is that because CERN has been hunting them down? How many Rounders are there? Answer me! I don't know. I'm just an agent. So she's not important enough to be told. Was it you who stole our IBN 5100? Moeka doesn't answer. Why does CERN need 5100s? To keep hackers out? Maintaining secrecy is the highest priority for CERN. What are they hiding? We already know they've killed hundreds of test subjects with their time travel experiments. We didn't need an IBM 5100 to find that out. Are you saying the IBM 5100 database has information more sensitive than that? I don't know. Because you're just an agent? My tone is sarcastic. But Moeka nods. Damn, she's useless. Why did you attack the lab? Or rather, why will you attack the lab? Isn't it obvious? Because we hacked into CERN? 3 reasons. First, because of what you know, we were ordered to silence you. So CERN did know about the hacking. Second, for the time machine. The one you made. They want our time machine. CERN must be trying to monopolize time machine technology. Third, the reason it happens today. You plan to make your time machine public. How does she know that? We made that decision right after the time leap machine was completed. It was only a few hours ago. That's why I was ordered to take you in. Take us in. You killed Mayuri. She is unnecessary. Unnecessary. I nearly pulled the trigger. Okabe, Makase, Ashida, you made the time machine. She is expendable. Those are my orders. And after you take us in, what then? CERN will hold you prisoner, force you to complete their time machine research, their time travel research. Have you done this before? How many lives have you ruined for CERN's research? I do as I'm told. I was a fool to consider you my friend. I live for CERN. I live for FB. I'll do anything if FB tells me to. FB? Is that the name of her supervisor? Okabe-kun. Is it you? Are you John Titor? What? John Titor. There's no one else. It could be me? I don't have time for this. I dig the gun into Moeka's back. If you want to live, I'll call your friends. If you want to live, you'll call your friends. Call FB, cancel the attack. Moeka shakes her head. I don't have the authority. I don't care. Find some way to stop the attack. Otherwise, I'll kill you. I can't do it. I'm not a killer. My hands are trembling. Just like Moeka's were before she shot Mayuri. Why? Why did you kill her? She was hesitating. She didn't want to pull the trigger, but she did. You didn't want to kill her, did you? So why? I just obey. FB. Then bring that son of a bitch here. Moeka shakes her head again. I don't care about your authority. If you don't do what I say, I can't. I've never... Something hard stabs into my back. A chill runs through my body. There's someone behind me. Drop the gun. A man's voice. Is he with Moeka? You lied, Kiru Moeka. I'm ready to pull the trigger in cold blood. We promised to meet alone. Moeka doesn't answer. I said drop the gun. I'll give you the time machine. Just don't kill anyone. Even if you do that. Even though I'm still pointing the gun at her, Moeka steps away and turns to face me. Her eyes are cold, her expression readable. Unreadable, rather. You'll still be held prisoner. Forever. Moeka takes the gun from my hand. I'm unable to resist. Please. I'm sorry about the hacking. Just please, don't kill anyone. Something strikes the back of my head. My legs give out instantly, sending me to the ground. Darkness creeps in. Target B in custody. Requesting pickup. Deep down, I knew. I can't save Mayuri. Even if Moeka's group doesn't kill her, someone or something else will. The world itself wants her dead. That is the choice of Stein's Gate. Stein's Gate? There is no such thing. Those words have no meaning. It's just some nonsense I made up to sound cool. Stein's Gate doesn't exist, but fate does. Fate, God, the will of the universe, an absolute force that no one can resist. It exists, and it has sentenced Mayuri to death. I wake up in the back of a station wagon. The windows are coated with black film, so I can't tell where we are. I feel a throbbing pain in the back of my head. My hands are tied behind me. What time is it? How long have I been unconscious? There's a man with me inside the car. I recognize him from the previous time leap. He's the one who stabbed Mayuri in the taxi. The man seems to notice I've woken up, but he doesn't speak. He just waves his gun menacingly, as if to say there's no hope of escape. The dashboard clock reads 7:30. I look out the window again. Through the film, I manage to make out a street sign. We're close to the lab. Has the attack already happened? Before I left, I told everyone, including Mayuri, to run. If she did as I say, she won't die by their hands. But that doesn't mean she's safe. If I don't do something, Moeka is going to take the time leap machine away. What will happen then? CERN can have the machine if it will save Mayuri. The problem is that it won't, not when the world itself is determined to kill her. As long as the time leap machine remains in my hands, I can keep trying to fix things. I'll leap again and again until I find a way to save her. But if I lose the machine, then the future is decided. The future without Mayuri. I have to get to it before they do, even if that means I might get shot. As long as I survive to reach the time leap machine, everything will be alright. My bound hands limit me to headbutts and kicks, but I manage to knock down the man guarding me and escape. My chest and neck are covered with blood. I must have been shot during the struggle, but thanks to the adrenaline pumping through my body, I barely feel any pain. I can still move. That's all that matters. I run up the stairs with my hands still tied. I can only pray that I'll be able to operate the time leap machine quickly enough. Mayuri, Risu, and Daru are in the lab. So are Moeka and her men. When I open the door and burst in, everyone looks at me in surprise. Okarin! When she sees my tattered body, Mayuri runs up to me with tears in her eyes. Wait! I try to stop her. In the corner of my eye, I see Moeka take aim at Mayuri. I try to put myself between them. I try to cover Mayuri with my body. But a man grabs me from behind and pulls me back. Ah! I watch helpless as Mayuri's tiny body drops to the floor. Her eyes, wide and wet with tears, seem to stare into mine. But I can see that they have already lost their light. She's gone. Again. What happens next is the same as before. Suzuha defeats the Rounders and Kurisu helps me time leap. A flood of sound beats on my eardrums. When it subsides, I find myself again in the lab, just before 5. I have 2.5 hours before Mayuri dies. I find myself staring at the time leap machine. This thing is the reason for Moeka's attack. If only we had never built the phone wave. If only we had never sent those emails. Perhaps the future might be different. Instead of the nightmare it promises now. Would anything change if I broke it? Just smashed it to pieces right here? In a rush of delirium, I grab a chair and lift it high over my head. Just as I'm about to bring it crashing down on this infernal machine, a voice cries out, Stop! Okabe, what are you doing? Kurisu grabs my arm and pulls me back. Are you trying to break the machine? You don't have to break it, Okabe. We already decided not to experiment, remember? Anyway, put the chair down. I lower the chair slowly. Not because Chrissy told me to, but because I realized what would happen if I really did break the machine. It caused, or will cause, Mayuri's death, but at the same time, it also is my only chance of averting that future. If I lose it, I lose my only hope of saving her. The fear of that outcome stayed in my head. The hope of that outcome. The fear of that outcome stayed my hand. You look pale. What's wrong? Are you listening? I can't deal with this. Not now. What? Wait. I flee from the lab. I don't have a particular destination in mind. People just look at me strangely as I shuffle down the street. I imagine I must look like I crawled up from the grave. Soon, I get fed up with the crowd around the station and escape to the pedestrian overpass. I get about halfway across the bridge and squat down on the concrete. The giant screen on the UPX building is advertising some gothic punk band. The ticker at the bottom displays today's weather forecast along with the date and time. I realize that today is Friday the 13th. Is there no way to get through today without Mayuri dying? It's already 5:30, 2 hours until the attack. The lights around Akihabara Station turn on one by one as the sun sets. The moe might be gone from Akiba, but the area around the station is still as posh as ever. I don't belong here. The bridge I'm sitting on has become a date spot for couples. I see them standing here and there, gazing at the cityscape with their arms wound around each other. Somehow, they never seem to tire of the dull, unchanging scenery. What am I doing here? Mayuri's about to die. Hey, don't you think you're a little old to be sitting on the ground in public? I lift my head and see Kurisu standing there. So this is where you went. I've been looking for you.
No.
Christina. What? What time is it now? 5:38? Hey, if you have time to sit around, then you can help me with the shopping. Shopping. Oh, right. Preparations for the party. In the original timeline, I went shopping with Kurisu at the UPX supermarket, and then we talked on this bridge, just like now. It feels like so long ago. Back then, I had no idea what was about to happen. Well, are you going to come along or not? I sigh deeply. I don't believe it was wrong to time leap. However, Kurisu. I keep my eyes lowered. That's the first time you said my name properly. I feel her eyes on me. Help me. I can't save Mayuri alone. I realize that now. Reliving today again and again, only to taste the same despair each time has taught me one important lesson. Alone, I am powerless. Alone, I have no hope. Help me. Tell me what happened. I know you used the time leap machine. What? I look up in surprise. Kurisu doesn't meet my stare. Instead, she leans on the guardrail and gazes down at the plaza with her usual frown. You get a phone call and suddenly you're like a different person. It was obvious. I came from 3 hours in the future. What happened? They killed Mayuri. I lower my head, trying to hold back the tears. Then I explain about CERN and Moeka, and about how Kurisu herself activated the time leap machine and made this possible. I tell her about my previous leaps. I explain that the world itself wants Mayuri dead, that I can't save her no matter how I try. I keep talking for 30 minutes straight. During that time, Kurisu hardly says a word. It's all my fault. Talking to Kurisu lets me sort out everything I've done, everything I've seen. I shouldn't have told Daru to hack CERN. I shouldn't have asked you to build a time machine. I shouldn't have made Moeka a lab mem. Mayuri's death is all my fault. That's why I needed to bear the burden myself. I was resolved to do whatever it took to save Mayuri, never faltering, never giving up. And yet my resolve has already crumbled. If you know that Mayuri is going to die, then what are you doing wasting time here? Kurisu's tone is haughty. Is this how I sound when I'm playing Huin Kyoma? I just don't get it anymore. What don't you get? How to save Mayuri. Based on what you said, I guess the chronology, protection conjecture is true. No matter what I do, Mayuri dies. And that's why you keep time leaping. There's no guarantee that the machine is safe, you know. Kurisu lowers her gaze and cups her chin, as she often does when assessing a problem. Even if the machine works perfectly, repeated use may have serious side effects. For example, you may become disconnected from causality itself. You need to understand the risks if you're going to continue. Disconnected from causality, meaning it happens all the time in sci-fi. You'll become trapped in a closed time loop, never aging, never dying, but doomed to repeat the same day for all eternity. Worst case, you may cease to exist entirely. What? Every trace of your existence will vanish. Nobody will remember you, because your life will have never happened. Leaping through time, is that dangerous? Humans are temporal beings. Kurisu looks surprised. Heidegger. I was thinking of that quote too. I heard it from you first. When? This isn't the first time I've left. Right. Of course. Kurisu squats next to me, thinking deeply. If what you said is true, then I want to save Mayuri too. But as the co-creator of the time leap machine, I can't recommend its continued use. Will you listen to my advice? I can't do it alone. I notice that now. I need your help. I have to save Mayuri. I can't do it alone, but together we might have a chance. I need to believe that. Please, lend me your strength. Kurisu sighs. You're such a stubborn fool. What you've been through. I'm surprised it hasn't broken you already. Incredibly, she sounds concerned about me. She looks at me for a moment, then turns away as if embarrassed. I'll help. Anyway, I'm not doing this for you, okay? I'm doing it for Mayuri. Yeah, of course. That, and I think you'll make a good test subject. Now you're talking like CERN. It's completely different. How so? I only experiment on you. Besides, mad scientists experiment on themselves all the time, don't they? I guess. I'm no longer afraid to time leap. I'll do anything to save Mayuri. It's just a joke. Don't take it so seriously. Kurisu stands up and looks at her watch. There's not much time. I think we should have a clear plan before trying to change the future again. Meaning? Leap to an even earlier time. And then explain the situation to me again. Kurisu's right. My actions so far have been almost entirely random, and look where that's gotten me. I need a real plan if I'm going to save Mayuri. Let's go. Kurisu stretches out her hand. I grasp it and pull myself up. Mayuri and Daru are already back when we return to the lab. Suzuha is there too. To get rid of them, Kurisu and I explain that we have forgotten to do the shopping. So could they please take care of it for us? I have to cough up the money to convince them to go, but it works. I understand why you can't tell Mayuri, but why can't you tell Hashida? I'll tell him when it's necessary. For now, it's not, and I don't have time to explain. While Karisu sets up the machine, I head downstairs to the Brawn Tube workshop, kick the door open, and turn on the 42-inch CRT. That went more smoothly than I anticipated. It's highly illegal, of course, but I'll leap long before the cops get here. Karisu looks shocked when I return to the lab. They'll throw you in a slammer for breaking and entering. In a few seconds, it won't have happened. Karisu hands me the headset, and I put it on. I see. That's how it looks from your perspective. What does it look like from my perspective? What happens after you leave? After you leap? You'll know soon enough. My consciousness travels to the past. That I know from my experience. What about the body I leave behind? If time is a straight line, then it's likely the present will be reconstructed based on my actions in the past. But if the many worlds interpretation holds, then after I leave, this world will continue on as if nothing happened. I used to be so fascinated by the structure of the universe, but now I don't really care. All that matters is saving Mayuri. Karisu's fingers stop typing on the keyboard. What's wrong? It's nothing. I was just thinking. Maybe it works like a D-mail. The instant we send a D-mail, the present changes around us. Thanks to reading Steiner, I only remember what it was like before the change. That would make things easier, though I kind of hope you're wrong. Because you can't collect data if you can't record the change? Exactly. Karisu nods and begins tinkering with the settings again. I set the destination to 5 hours ago. You should arrive around 1:40 p.m. I completed the time leap machine just after 2. Do you remember? Barely. For Karisu, that happened only 5 hours ago. For me, it feels like weeks. Maybe it has been weeks. Nobody likes a man who can't remember dates. Be thankful that I make a habit of checking the time. I have a pretty good idea what happened when. Karisu finishes typing and turns to face me. Listen, Okabe. If you're going to keep using the time leap machine, there's one thing you should remember. Don't let go of your phone, ever. It's your lifeline, your destination marker. As long as you keep it with you, you can leap to any time you want. But if you lose your phone, if someone else gets a hold of it, then if I leap to that time, my memories could overwrite theirs. I don't want to imagine what might happen next. If it breaks, or the battery dies, then I won't be able to leap to that time. If it breaks, then I can get a new phone with the same number. There will still be a period of time to which I can never leap. The time leap will fail. Once again, never let go of your phone. Got it. After you leap back this afternoon, just sit tight and don't do anything until I complete the time leap machine. If you accidentally prevent me from completing the machine, it will likely wreak havoc with the timeline. As soon as I finish, declare that we will not experiment, then send everyone home. Ask me to say, tell me the truth. If you say you came from the future, I'll probably believe you. How do you know? Who knows me better than myself? Karisu grins faintly and stands up after she's done typing. Don't forget, it was my mad skills that turned the phone wave into a time leap machine. When you told me about your time leap, I took it as proof that my theories were right. I was happy it succeeded. I really was. I didn't doubt it was true for a second. I see. Just to be safe, I should probably give you a passphrase. What I want the most right now is my own fork. What? It doesn't mean anything, okay? You want your own fork? I already have my own spoon. Wait, that doesn't matter. Everything's ready. Now get out of here. I nod and call up the phone wave. Name subject to change. Be careful. And remember, I am always on your side. Chrissy touches my shoulder, then steps away. I lie back on the sofa with my phone in my hand, needles in my brain, a whining in my ears. These sensations never get any easier to endure. I look at the clock. It's about 1:45. There's a high school baseball game on the TV. In about 15 minutes, Chris will finish the time leap machine. All it needs are some final adjustments, so there's nothing for me to do but wait. As the pain in my brain subsides, I realize that my head is throbbing. Why? Oh, I remember. Right before this, I had an argument with Mr. Braun in which he introduced his fist to my skull. Mayuri is at her sewing machine, working on her costume. Daru is at his computer, collecting my artwork from the internet. Kurisu is in the development room, upgrading the time leap machine. I sit motionless as the minutes tick by. Suddenly, the sound of the sewing machine stops. Okarin, Okarin, can you come here? Mayuri shows me her costume. Can you hold this for me? Spread it out like fwop. Mayushi, say fwop again. Fwop. I got a fwop. Stop it, perv. I follow Mayuri's directions and spread the costume out by the sleeves. Okay, thanks. Mayuri looks a little tired. She was working on this costume all night. But then she smiles, brighter than the sun. All done. I said something here, didn't I? What was it? I can't remember. I finished before Chris-chan. We were racing. You win, Mayuri. Congratulations. But I'm finished too. Kurisu finishes connecting the two cords she's holding. Complete. Alright, that's my cue. We are not experimenting. Eh? Crap, was that too soon? I just finished and you're already shutting it down? What have I been doing these past 3 days? Time leaping presents a host of problems. I want to consider them all carefully. Huh? That's unusually respectable opinion coming from you. Problems? I thought it was done. I'll explain later. Everyone's tired, so let's go home. We're not going to have a party to celebrate? We'll do that another day. I managed to convince Dara and Mayuri to leave. I lend Mayuri my phone charger, since we use the same brand of phone. Kurisu tries to go home too, but I quietly keep her back. What? Are you upset? Yeah. Probably because I shot her down right after she finished the time leap machine. She'll feel relieved later, but only after she has time to fully consider its implications. I came from 5 hours in the future. Kurisu spears me with a piercing glance. Is that supposed to be funny? Her narrowed eyes make me believe that looks can kill. Don't glare at me like that. This isn't right. You're supposed to believe me. What made you think I'd believe something like that? You told me so. 5 hours from now, okay? Don't be ridiculous. I would never make such baseless projection. I'd like to have a word with future Kursu. If this is how you're going to be, then you leave me no choice but to quote you word for word. When I told you about my time leap, you said, I took it as proof that my theories were right. I didn't doubt it was true for a second. Don't forget it. It was my mad skills that turned the phone wave into a time leap machine. I don't talk like that. What you want most right now is your own fork. What? Kursu's face suddenly turns red. You already have your own spoon, apparently. She said that? I'm going to kill myself 5 hours from now. She appears genuinely shocked, for some reason, but I'm pretty sure she believes me now. It feels like someone peeked into my heart, and that someone is Okabe of all people. What does she think I'm going to do? But I think I believe you. Tell me the details. I explain everything to Kursu again. I'm able to organize my thoughts better since this is my second time. I see. If what you say is true, then we have a serious problem. There are 5 hours until Mayuri's death. We need to come up with a plan before then. Future me said that the chronology protection conjecture holds, but I don't think that's quite right. That conjecture says that according to quantum theory, time travel is impossible due to the danger of disrupting causality. But when you time leap, there's no chance of a time paradox occurring. Two of me don't exist at the same time, and I can't bring anything with me to the past. All that changes are the memories stored in my temporal lobe. So at the very least, time leaping can't cause a grandfather paradox. So I was right. The universe itself is censoring me, correcting any changes I tried to make. If that's true, then time leaping can't save Mayuri. Nothing you do will change the result. I can't accept that. Neither can I. The world is trying to kill Mayuri. As a scientist, I refuse to believe such nonsense. What about the many worlds interpretation? I just need to observe the world where Mayuri doesn't die. The many worlds interpretation. That might have something to do with how Mayuri's means of death keeps changing. But it's supposed to be impossible for parallel worlds to observe each other. Why are you different? Because of my Esper power reading Steiner. This is no time for your Shinobuyu nonsense. There is no other explanation. You've mentioned that reading Steiner thing before. Were you actually serious? Why would I make something like that up? Our DML experiments proved that I can somehow perceive changes in the timeline when they occur. It's an ability only I seem to possess. I don't know, but I don't want to rely on something that may not even exist. Anyway, you can't control which possibilities you observe, even if the many worlds interpretation holds true. It's unreasonable to expect that you'll ever find a world where Mayuri doesn't die. Wait, we're not getting anywhere. Instead of analyzing what I've done, let's think about what we can do. Time leaping won't change the results. I just said that. Then what do we do? Calm down. How do I calm down? Do you know how many times I've seen Mayuri die? Covered in blood, gasping for breath, the light fading from her eyes, again, and again, and again. And all I could do was watch. I hear my teeth grinding in my skull, recalling that despair, that feeling of utter powerlessness. It makes me want to lash out at everything within reach. Getting emotional won't solve anything. You're only calm because you weren't there. True. I don't know what happens 5 hours from now. To be honest, it doesn't feel real at all. But it's not like I don't believe you. You have to stay strong, Okabe. Kursu pats my arm. Her hand is warm and her touch is gentle. How American of her. Sorry. She's right. Getting emotional won't solve anything. I need to calm down. Calm down. What I don't understand is how the cause can change, but the effect can stay the same. Just like causality itself is broken. Maybe Kirumoeka shooting her isn't the real cause of her death. Maybe it's something larger and less obvious. For example, maybe she dies because we invented a time machine, or because CERN discovered our hacking. If that's the cause, then it doesn't really matter how she dies. Causality remains intact. Can that theory explain why Ney pushed her in front of a train? Oh, right. Anyway, the principle of causality is absolute. Deny that, and you deny all of physics. There must be a distinct cause for Mayuri's death. So if we figure out what it is, then maybe we can save her. Not necessarily. What do you mean? The problem is when the causal event occurred. If it changed, excuse me, if it happened too far in the past, then there's nothing we can do. But I can travel to any time I had a cell phone, can't I? No. It's still theoretical. But I believe that one leap with our machine has a maximum range of 48 hours. 48 hours? I can only go back 2 days? Why didn't you tell me that before? Before what? I just finished the time leap machine, remember? It's true. Future, you didn't say anything about it either. Oh, so that's what you mean. Maybe she just didn't have the chance. So how come I can only leap 48 hours? I don't know. Even I don't understand everything that's going on inside that thing. But you can do consecutive leaps. That is, as long as the time leap machine exists. For example, if the time leap machine remains functional for 10 straight years, you can leap back to this moment 10 years from now. Of course, it would take a total of 1,825 leaps, so I don't recommend it. Still, it's theoretically possible. Then what's the problem? Weren't you listening? I said as long as the time leap machine exists. When was the machine completed? Exactly, an hour ago. August 13th, 2010. 2 p.m. Thereabouts. It didn't exist before then. It's impossible to use the machine before 2 p.m. today. So what you're saying is, count to 48 hours back. I can't go back further than 2 p.m. on the 11th? Tracy nods, her expression grave. Most likely. Can't you improve it? Eventually. Maybe, but certainly not now. I'd need a real laboratory with real equipment. It would be expensive, which means we'd need sponsors. And if you go looking, I'm pretty sure CERN would crush us. I'd say that it's proven by the fact that neither you nor I have left here from the far future yet. So basically, we can't do anything. Even with the time leap machine, you can't stop CERN from killing Mary 5 hours from now. At that moment, I hear a sound outside the window. What? Is it Morka? Did she overhear us? I dash to the window and look down at the street. It's Suzuha. Her bicycle has fallen over, and she's scurrying to pick it up. Our eyes meet. Huh? Why does she look so pale? Her lips move slightly. It looks like she's whispering something, but I can't make it out from here. What? Hey! I call out to Suzuha, but she leaps on her bike and zips away. She's acting strange. I smell a conspiracy. Moeka was a spy. Could Suzuha be the same? It's too dangerous to trust anyone. Suzuha is exhibiting suspicious behavior, though not as much as Moeka has. She's openly hostile towards Krisu, and she was able to take down CERN's hit squad single-handedly. I wonder if this missing father of hers really exists. Could he be the John Tider who's been posting on the internet? What is the meaning of the name Beryl Tider? Instinct tells me she knows something. I dash out of the lab. Hey, where are you going? I know I don't have much chance of catching her on foot, but I have to try. There's something going on here. This is a completely new sequence of events. According to my memories of the future, Suzuha is supposed to remain at the Braun Tube workshop until 6:30 this evening. But when she overheard me talking to Karisu, she suddenly took off like a bat out of hell. This has to mean something. Suzuha was already out of sight, but when she left, she was heading for Chuodori. I wonder if her phone's on. Maybe I should try calling her. And that is a phone trigger flag. What do we think? Potential viewer. Should I try and call her or continue pressing the enter key, potentially calling her by script? Sometimes the script pulls the phone out for me. Sometimes I pull the phone out myself. Search through the options. I'll give it a few seconds in case you would like to chat. Do I call Suzuha? Do I call Ame Suzuha? Alright. I will not call her because it's possible. I'll call her anyway, if that makes sense. Come to think of it, this reminds me of something. On the day she failed to meet her father, she disappeared without saying a word. Just an email saying, bye. I searched the town, but I couldn't find her. So I sent a email that changed the past in order to make her stay. I'm pretty sure I lost her near the station back then. What happened on that timeline? What happened on that timeline? Where did Suzuha go after failing to find her father? Nope, doesn't pull out phone. Let's hope that's not a problem. I search up and down Chuodori, but find no trace of Suzuha on her bike. I have to be careful. There could already be rounders here in Akaba. I combed the area around the station's main exit, but there's no sign of her anywhere. I lost sight of her before, so I thought she might be close by. Maybe I should corner her on my next time meet. Press her for answers before she can escape. I'd better get back to the lab. I started walking away from the station, but just then, the people around me gasp and point. Everyone's looking up at the sky. No, not the sky. The satellite embedded in the roof of Radican. Why now? It's been there for 2 weeks. It's practically a landmark now. But everyone looks like they're seeing it for the first time. So I turn and look up to... The lights on the satellites are blinking. Is someone inside? Ooh, Suzuha? Or could it be Moeka? The satellite has remained silent through all my previous time leaps. What has changed? Obviously, the fact that Suzuha overheard my conversation with Karisu. Previously, I lost sight of her at the station. In other words, right next to Radican. Suzuha must be up there. Everyone's staring at the satellite. This is my chance to sneak in without being noticed. The shutters are half open, just as they were when I confronted Moeka. I summon my courage and crawl through the crack. When I get inside, the first thing I see is Suzuha's bike lying on the floor. So it is her. What is it she's trying to do? What is that satellite? How is it related to John Titor? Is it even a satellite? Nobody knows for sure. I checked online, no satellites fell out of orbit that day. When they do, whether by accident or design, they usually burn up in the atmosphere. It's impossible for one to land in such a perfect condition. So, what is it then? A jolt of suddenly runs through my body. Could it be a time machine? There's only one way to know for sure. I need to get there before Suzuha does something. The elevator and escalator aren't operating, so I bound up the stairs 2 at a time. My lungs gasp and my legs burn, but I force my body to carry me to the top. There's the satellite lodged in Radican's roof. I notice wires holding it in place. The police must have done that so it wouldn't fall. There's a hatch open on the side of the machine. I see someone moving inside. Suzuha! The person freezes when I shout. I run to the satellite. Okabe Rentaro. Suzuha turns to me with a sad expression. Behind her, I can see the interior of the satellite. It's surprisingly simple, without the switches and buttons you'd expect. Instead, there's a black box the size of a desktop PC. There are numbers on the screen. 2010, 08, August 13. Below that, 1975, August 13th. Suzuha reaches out to press a button. Ow! Sparks burst from the panel. She jerks back, her fingertips burned. What are you doing? It's not working. You know how to use that thing? She doesn't reply. I see her shoulders sag. It's not working. Those sparks had to be from an electrical short. My eyes are burning from the smoke. Answer me, Abane Suzuha. I swallow hard, then ask the question. This is a time machine, isn't it? Are you a time traveler? With her head hung low, Suzuha nods. I'm John Titor. There's still a big crowd outside, so we exit the building on the side facing away from the station. Suzuha has calmed down a bit, so I start pressing her for answers. What do you mean, you are John Titor? Exactly what it sounds like. I am the John Titor who's been posting on Act Channel. I thought he was a guy. Suzuha smiles humorlessly. I fooled you? Guess my camouflage worked then. Who are you hiding from? Stein. Those stories you posted, were they true? Mostly. A few exceptions. It's those exceptions that bother me. So you came from 2036, and that satellite. That's your time machine. I was hoping you wouldn't find out, but my time machine went and broke on me. I really screwed up, huh? I thought Titor's time machine was loaded on a Chevy. Chevy? That's a car, right? Where'd you hear that? The Titor in 2000 said so. 2000? That might be me on a different world line. At least, I haven't been to 2000. I came straight here from 2036. So it was someone else. It's true that Titor never posted in 2000. Not on the current world line. It doesn't matter. I can worry about that later. What do you know? I press Suzuha for answers, trapping her between me and the wall so she can't escape. You overheard my conversation with Kurisu, right? Why did you run to the time machine? What were you trying to do? I thought it was my fault. What? Because I neglected my mission. Stern was able to put their plan in motion. Is it true? Suzuha suddenly grabs my shoulders. Is it true that CERN kills Shina Mayuri? It's true. I time leaped from 5 hours in the future. Time leaped. So you guys completed your time machine? I need answers. What do you mean? It's your fault. Suzuha bites her lip and looks away. I'll tell you everything. I think you need to know. You and Makise Kurisu. Kurisu? Why Kurisu? I guess I'll find out if I let Suzuha talk. We should head back to the lab. But first, I offer Suzuha my handkerchief. She looks at me for a second, then takes it and ties it around her burned hand. Thank you. Thanks. She should probably see a doctor about her hand, but there's no time for that. Mary's death is approaching. I just hope she's not in too much pain. I wrap a towel around her hand to keep people around us from staring. Welcome back, Okarin. Oh, Suzu-san's with you too. When we get to the lab, Mayuri and Daru are there for some reason. I thought I sent them home. Mayuri gives me a ditzy answer when I ask them. I really thought we should celebrate the birth of Super Phone Wave-chan. So Daru-kun and I went shopping. I should have known she wouldn't stay away. Kurisu looks as worried as I am. She leans close and whispers into my ear. What do we do? Make absolutely sure Mayuri doesn't find out. Kurisu nods slightly. What are you guys whispering about? How many times do I have to say it? No party. Come on, Okurin. That's no fun. It's not about fun. I glance at Suzuha. She still looks depressed. Suzu-san, are you feeling okay? Suzuha, Christina, and I have important matters to discuss. That's why I asked you to leave for the day. Mayoshi wants to hear too. I think he's serious. But Suzu-san looks sad. Mayoshi's worried. Sorry. Suzuha hangs her head and bites her lip. I know she feels responsible for Mayuri's death. But how is she related? That's what I'm here to find out. I want Shina Mayuri and Hashida Itaru to stay. This concerns them too. If Suzuha says so, then I have no objections. But I quietly pull her aside and remind her not to tell them about Mayuri's impending death. Then I quickly explain Suzuha's true identity. That she posted on a channel as John Titor, that the satellite is really a time machine, that she came from the year 2036. A girl from the future? That's awesome! Can I shake your hand? We're not playing around here, Daru. What year were you born? 2017. That's in 7 years. You haven't been born yet. But you're here. There's no time to deal with Mayuri's confusion. Alright, Suzuha, let's hear it. Well, the gist is what I posted on that channel. I came from future, the year 2036. In my time, the world is a dystopia ruled by CERN. There is no war, no conflict, but no freedom either. Dystopia? A society where every activity is controlled by the government. In a dystopia, you're not allowed to eat bananas unless today is banana eating day. If you break that rule, they throw you in jail without a trial. That's terrible. Mayushi loves bananas. Forget about the bananas. I'm part of the resistance fighting to free humanity from CERN's control. I came to the past to change my present. From your point of view, I guess I should say the future. To change the future. Change the future. She doesn't sound like she's joking. What about finding your father? Was that a lie? Suzuha doesn't answer. Does that mean it was a lie? CERN is a research institution. They don't have political power. I explained that to John Titor several times online. Online? Wait, don't tell me. You're Kurigohan and Kamehameha? Kurisu turns red and looks away. Titor came forward, so it's only fair that I do too. In that case, I'll come clean too. I was posting under my true name. Huinkyo. We know. Okay, they said I know. Ah, you harmonized. Suzuha frowns. She must not like having anything in common with Kurisu. She clears the throat and continues. CERN is still a research institution in 2036. The world is actually ruled by CERN's secret backers, the Committee of 300. The Committee of 300. They're real? That name was in CERN's top secret documents. When CERN successfully completed their time machine, they became the sole entity with power over the fourth dimension, time. In just 2 years, they remade the world to serve their purpose. Just 2 years. But that's only in objective time. I bet CERN's time travelers spent many decades leaping back and forth across history, building the foundation of CERN's rule. That brings us to you, Makase Kurisu. Suzuha glares at Kurisu. In 2036, you're hypothesized as the mother of the time machine. Hypothesized. In Japanese, please. Hypothesized, as in revered, respected. She keeps using unusual vocabulary. Or maybe that's normal vocabulary in 2036. Respected? Huh? I am? In 2010, you pioneered time leap technology. Afterwards, you contribute to the development of CERN's time machine. That's what I know about Makase Kurisu. Is that why she treats Kurisu like an enemy? Then I must be the father of the time machine, right? Okabe Rentaro is a terrorist in 2036. You're pretty infamous. Seriously? I'm a terrorist in the future? I helped CERN build their time machine? I don't believe it. CERN experiments on people against their will. They're a disgrace to scientists everywhere. I would never collaborate with them. But that's how it is in the future. How did the future me explain herself? We've never met. In 2036, you're already dead. Sorry. Well, that's just great. I don't even make it to 50? In my time, there are two kinds of people. Those who live extremely long lives, and those who die young under suspicious circumstances. People who act against CERN are erased. They erased me? Suzuha looks into Kurisu's eyes. For once, she's not glaring at Kurisu. Maybe you are being used by CERN too. Maybe they took your parents hostage and forced you to work on their time machine. No. Does that mean Mama's in danger? Kurisu's mother is in America. It's not terribly difficult to imagine CERN kidnapping her while Kurisu is away. After all, I watched Moka kill Mayuri in cold blood. Rounders. What's that? CERN's private army, or something like that. Suzuha nods. On paper, they're an independent technology research firm. In reality, they do the dirty work for CERN all over the world. According to Moeka, they have two chief duties. First, to acquire IBM 5100s, the only computers that can access CERN's secret database. Second, to find promising scientists in the field of time travel and force them to cooperate with CERN, or eliminate them if they will not. So, they already exist. I thought they might. In my time, they're our #1 enemy. Dirty work? Does that mean like kidnappings and assassinations? Suzuha looks to me with a question in her eyes. I shake my head. In my time, yes. But I don't think they've reached that level in this time yet. Daru is visibly relieved. Amane-san, you said that most of what you posted as John Tiber was true, right? Right. Does that mean you know how the universe works? You claimed that the Everett Wheeler model, the many worlds interpretation, is correct. That was a lie. Camouflage, so that CERN wouldn't target me. If I mix in one lie into the truth, then the bad apple spoils the barrel. So, you don't know. I do. By 2036, scientists have successfully modeled the structure of the universe. And it's not the many worlds interpretation. Really? Tell me. Attractor fields. Right. I told you by mail, didn't I? What sort of model is that? The universe is made up of world lines and attractor fields. Suzuo walks over to Mayuri's sewing table and picks up a ball of red yarn. She holds one end of the yarn and drops the ball to the floor, then holds about a meter of yarn in front of her face. The universe is like this piece of yarn. Countless possible world lines exist side by side, branching out to infinity. From a distance, it looks like a single string, but when you look closer, the string is actually made up of individual threads woven together. At the end, those threads converge on a single point. The paths are different, but the destination is the same. Isn't that determinism? Close. This model is a little looser. You could say it cherry picks from the many worlds interpretation and the Copenhagen interpretation. If the branches all lead to the same place, does that mean there's only one world in the end? Exactly. The bundle of world lines that share a point of convergence is called an attractor field. There are also many attractor fields. This string is attractor field alpha. The threads are alpha world lines. Suzuo then cuts meter lengths of blue, yellow, and white yarns. Blue is beta, yellow is gamma, and white is delta. Each is made up of countless beta world lines, gamma world lines, or delta world lines. She twists the different colored strings together, then stretches them out as one flat, multicolored string. Attractor fields are superpositioned like this. In each attractor field, the world lines converge on a different result. They don't interact. Each attractor field is independent of the others. Of course, they all diverge from a common point somewhere in the past, and they will all converge again at some point in the future. That takes hundreds of years. You can think of the attractor fields as very long world lines. Can you compare it to an eroge? Teach me, O erotic one. There's no erotic one here. No, he's right. It is like an eroge. Each heroine's route is an attractor field, and the small choices within are the individual world lines. But at the end, they all enter the true route for the grand ending. The only difference is the length of the common parts. By the way, I'd choose the little sister's attractor field. Whatever. You guys are hopeless. Better do something quick. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Just ignore them. Let me get this straight. The reason I can't save Mayuri is that her death is the event upon which this attractor field converges. But that means the world really is killing Mayuri. But then, isn't it impossible to change the future? It always converges in the end, right? No matter what you do, the result is the same. That's right. That's why Mayuri dies, no matter how many times I leap. We have to escape attractor field alpha. Escape? In other words, we're going to jump to a world line in attractor field beta. I thought attractor fields couldn't interact. Attractor fields are normally separated, but if we go to the instant they diverge, is that now? I was taught that a major divergence occurs in 2010. This year, an earth-shattering event causes divergence at the attractor field level. The last time such a divergence occurred was in the year 2000. Before that, in 1991. What happened those years? Events that changed the face of the world. Huh? 1991 was the collapse of the Soviet Union, right? But what happened in 2000? 2001 was the 9/11 attacks. The year 2000 problem. Y2K? But that was just hype. Nothing happened. That's because the alpha world line we're on represents a world where Y2K didn't occur. So in other words, there are worlds where it did occur? And that brings us to 2010. Did something big happen this year? What else could it be? Suzuha looks towards the development room. But the creation of humanity's first time machine. Oh yeah! Wow! One more question. Kurisu keeps plowing ahead. I guess that's what makes her a scientist. These world lines are parallel worlds. Are they? They aren't parallel worlds, are they? No, ultimately, they're just possibilities that exist simultaneously. Then how do you observe the difference between world lines? Wouldn't you need a god's eye view to do that? Normally. However, Suzuha looks at me. Don't tell me. Reading Steiner? Is that what you call it? Okabe Rentaro, you have the power to observe changes across world lines, correct? Yeah. That's the key. Your power is the key to freeing the world from CERN's rule. You have the power of a god. My power. If you escape Attractor Field Alpha and reach a beta world line, then the result will change. I feel a shiver of excitement. So there's hope. I could save Mayuri. Suzuha nods firmly. Then I must do it. I have no choice. Wait a second. Kurisu, however, is not so enthusiastic. How do we know this is all true? What if Amane-san is just making stuff up? What? I'm not making stuff up. Calm down. I'm not trying to pick a fight. But I still have questions. 1. How do you know about Okabe's power? 2. How did you know Okabe and I were in Akihabara in 2010? Don't you know a little too much for someone born in 2017? She has a point. Everyone looks to Suzuha. It was written in Dad's will. His will? What do you mean? His will was what made me decide to time travel. My dad was one of the founding members of the Resistance. He hid from CERN and researched time travel on his own. He wanted to change the future. But CERN killed him. That's why I am here, to fulfill his dream. I am sorry. Suzuha doesn't look at Kurisu. She still seems to have a grudge against her. Kurisu would never actively cooperate with CERN, I know that. But I just can't say it in front of Suzuha. For some reason, Suzuha really does see Kurisu as responsible for the problems of the future. But if that's the case, why doesn't Suzuha just kill Kurisu? Wouldn't that change the future too? Maybe she can't. World lines converge. No matter how hard I struggle, Mayuri dies. Similarly, it may be impossible for Suzuha to kill Kurisu, no matter how much she may want to. Suzuha clears her throat as if to change the subject. Akihabara, 2010. The time machine created here accelerates CERN's own time machine research. We have to stop that from happening in order to guide history in a new direction. Stop it? How? CERN already knows about us. It's clear from Moeka's attack. Dad believed that the ultimate cause was the very first email you sent with your time machine. An email? It wasn't because they caught us hacking. Like I said, nobody can catch my hacking. Which email are you talking about? I know. Wasn't it the email Okarin sent that said Christine died? Right. The email I sent to Dara right after Dr. Nakabachi's conference. Oh, that. Back then, we hadn't yet realized that the phone wave name subject to change was a time machine. Sun probably intercepted that email and realized it was what it meant. They were already onto us back then. Come to think of it, the first time I met Moeka was the day after I sent that email. We really jumped in the deep end, huh? Mayoshi's good at the breaststroke. Alright, then do a sexy underwater pose. But how did they intercept our email? Hundreds of millions of emails are sent around the world each day. CERN uses the Echelon network to collect communications pertaining to time travel research worldwide. Echelon? It really exists. As an expert on conspiracies, I understand the implications, and they terrify me. No one else seems to get what Suzu's saying, though. Echelon sees everything. Any transmission that even hints at time travel is filtered and sent to CERN. For example, an email that appeared to have come from the future. We need to find the record of that email in CERN's database and delete it. If you do that, then CERN will never know you exist. Their time machine won't be completed in 2034. If we're lucky, the program may be shut down entirely. In other words, deleting that data will take us to the attractor field, where CERN doesn't build a time machine. There wasn't any data like that when we hacked CERN's database. The IBN 5100. Oh, of course. CERN's IBN 5100 database. That's probably where they store the data from Echelon. So that's what it is. Damn it. Daru, why didn't we use the IBN 5100 earlier? We never had one? What are you talking about? I got one, remember? Huh? Right, that was on a different world line. On this world line, I never found the IBN 5100. My mission is to make sure you acquire an IBN 5100. You have one? Suzuha shakes her head. I'm going to 1975 to obtain one. 1975, the year the IBN 5100 went to the market. I know because John Tider in 2000 said that was his mission. Was that John Tider Suzuha too? Anyway, if Suzuha can get us an IBN 5100, then we can leave this attractor field and jump to a beta world line, where CERN never finds us and their time machine is never completed. Mayuri won't have to die. Alright, we need to move fast. How soon can you leave, Suzuha? I was trying to leave when you caught me, but... Suzuha bows her head apologetically. I look at her burnt hand. She's hiding it from Mayuri and Daru, but I can see the blood staining my handkerchief. It hurts to look at. Maybe we should get her to a doctor. Right. Your time machine's broken. Can you fix it? No. I just ride it. My dad's the one who built it. I've memorized the manual, so I know how it works, but that doesn't mean she knows how to repair it. And there's no guarantee that a time machine from 2036 can be repaired with today's technology. Maybe we can use the time loop machine to go back before Amane-san's time machine broke. Wait, you're going to use the time loop machine? Wasn't the plan not to experiment? I still haven't told Dara about my time looping. There's no time to explain. We use it if the situation demands. Do you know when it broke, Suzuha? No, but it was probably the rain a few days ago. It's supposed to be airtight, but the inside was all wet when I checked it today. Maybe it made a hole when you crashed into Radican. That wasn't a crash. The coordinates were slightly off, so it just appeared there. It's not exactly the most stable machine. Anyone remember when it rained? The morning of the 10th, just before dawn. The time leap machine can only cover 48 hours in a single leap. And the time leap machine was completed today, the 13th, at 2 p.m. That means we can't go farther back than 2 p.m. on the 11th. Damn. We can't get there with the time leap machine. I thought we had a glimmer of hope. I think we should try to fix it. Yeah, it's a time machine, so we have plenty of time, right? Kurisu, Suzuha, and I say nothing. We know. In less than 2 hours, Mayuri will die. It's already 5:30. There's barely enough time to sneak into Redicon, let alone fix Suzuha's time machine. Maybe I should leap now to 2 p.m. on the 11th. Then we'll have 2 full days to fix the machine. You're all hungry, aren't you? You should be. What's this all of a sudden? Mayushi's hungry? As expected from a glutton. I take a 10,000 yen bill out of my wallet. Mayuri, Daru, I leave the shop with you. We can come up with a plan while we eat. Wow, Okuren, what are you going to do with all this money? What are we going to do with all this money? Buy food. Lots of food. Use it all. You just calmly hand over 10,000 yen bill? Wow, Okuren, you make it look so easy. That's why we love you. That's why we admire you. Mayuri and Daru leave in high spirits. I knew the 10,000 yen bill would work. Christina? Taiter? Taiter? That's me. Who else? Why are you calling me that now? Because you're the one behind Taiter's mask. Well, yeah, but... Just give up. Okabe rarely calls anyone by their name. Oh yeah. He always calls me part-time warrior for some reason. Listen, you two. I'm going to leap to 2 p.m. on the 11th. After Taiter explains herself again, we'll start repairs on the time machine. Our goal is to have it working by this time today. Is that the best plan? It's better than trying to fix it when we only have 2 hours left. If it doesn't work, it'll just keep repeating the same 2 days. I'm sorry. Taiter. We're counting on you to get us an IBN 5100. Never forget, I'm doing this for you, and I'm not doing it for the future. My mission is to save Mayuri. Call me self-righteous if you want. However, I'm doing this my way. Kurisu and Suzuha give an encouraging nod in agreement. Good. Then, let's begin. You're not going to name the operation? Who cares about that? This isn't a game. Mayuri's life hangs in the balance. You couldn't find a good Norse mythology named name. A good Norse mythology themed name. Why Norse mythology? I don't think there's a deep meaning behind it. Shunibyo patients just love Germanic names for some reason. Now that you mention it, most of our operation names in the Resistance have Germanic names too. Whenever I ask, they say it's tradition. So there's still Shunibyo in 2036. Cut the chatter. Mary's life hangs in the balance. There's no time for this nonsense. Kurisu sets up the time loop machine while Suzuha goes to turn on the 42-inch CRT. Well before Mayuri returns, I leap. When I come to, I'm standing with my phone to my hand. With my phone in hand, while I wait for the ringing in my ears to subside, I check the date and time on my phone screen. August 11th, 2:21 p.m. Alright, now I have 2 more days. As a matter of fact, I leapt twice. First to 2 p.m. on the 13th, when the machine was completed. From there, I leapt an additional 48 hours to 2 p.m. on the 11th. It was my first consecutive leap, but it seems to have gone well. I immediately head downstairs to see Suzuha. I'm relieved to see that her hand isn't burned. When I explain the situation, Suzuha races to Radican to confirm my story. After she realizes I'm telling the truth, I take her back to the lab and have her repeat the explanation she gave us before I time leaped. We come to the conclusion that all we can do right now is try our best to repair Suzuha's time machine. Let's go take a look. Daru is unusually enthusiastic. I guess Suzuha's talk of attractor fields and divergence and correcting histories mistakes got his blood pumping. Hold on, everyone. Mary stops us as we're about to leave the lab. Guys, aren't we forgetting something? Like what? What about Suzu-san's dad? Oh, right. I thought Suzuha was lying about that. But when I turn to her, she looks away. That doesn't matter now, does it? It does too. I mean, it takes time to fix a time machine, won't it? We should help Suzuha-san find her dad in the meantime. Right? But when I show reluctance, Mayuri puffs out her chest. Her cheeks, rather. Don't be like that, Okuren. You have to keep your promise. What promise? We promised, remember? We said we'd all look for Suzu-san's dad. That's right. We convinced her to stay by promising to help look for her father. Yeah. I remember. I know Suzu-san has a mission and stuff, but I think she also came because she really wanted to meet her dad. Maybe she wants to make that happen. If Mayuri feels that strongly about it, there's no way I can refuse. Shina Mayuri, you're such a nice girl. Suzuha sniffles. You're right. I thought I could find him if I came to this town. I know that he was in Akihabara in 2010. So your father's real? Of course he is. At this age, he'll probably still be young and cool. His name was Beryl Taito, right? Yeah, that's right. Wow, a foreigner? No, I'm pretty sure he's Japanese. Beryl Taito is his code name in their systems. I don't think he's using it yet. So that's why Suzuha calls herself John Taito. I don't know his real name. Some daughter, huh? Suzuha looks like she's about to cry for an instant, but she quickly covers it with a bitter smile. He died before he could tell me. Hearing that, I realized how hellish the world she came from must be. What about your surname? Amane. That was my mother's maiden name. So, you have no leads? Leads? Oh, there is one thing. Suzuha claps her hands together and starts patting her pockets. A few seconds later, she reaches into one and pulls out a pin. I've seen Suzuha fiddling with it before. It's just a regular pin, the kind you stick on your hat or bag. There's something written on it. It reads OSHM asterisk 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 A 7010. This belonged to my dad. A memento. Google it, Daru. Daru runs a search, but gets only incomprehensible foreign sites. He was here in Akihabara, so I think we can exclude the foreign sites. Okay, got it. He narrows the search down to Japanese sites, but even then, none of the results look relevant. Nothing. But this has to be some kind of hint. With Suzuha's permission, I take a picture of the pin. Okuren, all in favor of helping Suzu-san find her dad? Or just okay, not Okuren. I want to argue that there's no time for that, but Mayuri's right when she says that the time machine won't be ready for a while. I guess there's no harm in letting her have her way. After all, there's no point in running, not even with 2 days' head start. Even if I dragged Mayuri to the ends of the earth, we wouldn't be able to escape her death. I know that now. No objections. Thanks, Okarin. Daru raises his hand in agreement. So does Kurisu. It's decided. We'll help Suzuha find her father. Everyone. Thank you. But I want to be clear that my mission to 1975 comes first. That was my dad's final wish after all. So, if we still haven't found him by the time the fairs are complete, I think we should give up. Is that okay? Are you sure? If we still haven't found him by then, it just wasn't meant to be. It's a relief to hear Suzuha say that. So, where do we start? The pin is our only hint. We'll hit every store in Akiba that sells things like this. Maybe someone will know where it came from. What kind of stores? Akiba is full of niche stores where you can find strange and cool accessories. It's hard to sneak into Redicon in the daytime. There isn't a crowd out front like before, but pedestrian traffic remains constant. It takes us about 30 minutes to find our way in. Kurisu is back at the lab, working on the time leap machine. It needs to be complete by 2 p.m. on the 13th. If she's late, it could affect my ability to time leap, which would lower my chances to save Mayuri. Speaking of Mayuri, she wandered off somewhere in search of Suzuha's father. How does it look? I called to Dara, who's examined the flooded satellite. Time machine. While Suzuha and I keep a lookout. Daru crawls out of the machine. He's covered in sweat, and his breathing is heavy. We quickly pull his huge body out. The time machine is completely visible from the street. If someone were to see us up here, they might report us to the police. It's been 2 weeks since the satellite appeared, but Akiba still has tourists who come just to see it. We need to take care not to be noticed. It's so freaking hot in there. It's worse than a sauna. Spend too much time in there and I'll turn into Daru jerky. By the way, it's not gonna fall or anything, right? The time machine is balanced precariously on the ledge, but the police have hooked up support wires, so Daru probably has nothing to worry about. Can it be fixed? Well, I still don't know for sure, but there is one thing I noticed just now. It's built kind of like the phone wave. That means there's a chance, right? I said I'm not sure. I need to poke around some more. Daru, super hacker. Everything depends on your skills now. You are the super hacker who will save the world. In 2036, people will worship you instead of Kusu. And the mother. Blah blah blah. They will worship you instead of Kurisu, the mother of the time machine. It's hacker. How many times do I have to tell you? Anyway, you have 2 days. Do whatever it takes, Daru. I place my hand on Daru's shoulder and look straight into his eyes. You're our only hope. No promises, man. And why 2 days? Well, because that's when Mayuri will die, but I can't say that. In 2 days, the weather conditions will be perfect for creating the ring singularity. If we miss that window, we won't have another chance until next year. Nice excuse, Suzuha. Precisely. Fix it in 2 days. That's just nuts. But if you do, you'll earn the right to a date with Ferris. Can you fix it? No problem. Great. Now I just need to figure out how I'm going to convince Ferris. OSHM ** A 7010. We're searching for something with the same cryptic logo as this mysterious pin. Honestly, I didn't think it would be this difficult. Akaba has plenty of niche stores, but they're all for electronic goods and PC parts. There aren't that many selling accessories like Suzu's pin. We check out everyone we can find, but come up empty-handed. None of the store employees have any idea where it came from either. We even check nearby neighborhoods, like Ueno and Asakusa. Nothing. Suzuha and I return to the lab with heavy hearts.
Okaeri.
Welcome back. Kurisu emerges from the development room to greet us. She's alone. From the looks on your faces, I guess you didn't find anything. Where's Daru? He hasn't come back yet. It's already dark, so maybe he went straight home. It's too dark to work at Radican. We can't use lights because that would be too conspicuous to the people below. Mayuri isn't around. Is she making any progress in the search for Suzuha's father? I feel bad. There's no time for this. It's not for you. We're doing it to save Mayuri. Yeah. I start up Daru's computer and search the net for communities of people who collect unique pins. I'll investigate tomorrow based on the information I found, There's a pin collecting group on a site called Frepera, where everyone shows off their collections. I post there asking for information. I'm sleeping on the couch when a loud alarm rings in my ears. Is it Stern? I jump up and see Kurisu and Suzuha. Kurisu is holding her phone. That's the source of the sound.
Good morning.
Good morning. Her sour expression says it's not good at all. I wish she'd put herself in my shoes and see what it's like to be woken up suddenly like that. I check the time on my phone. It's just before 7 a.m. You came to wake me up? Thanks. I didn't do it for you. I asked her to wake you up, Okabe Rintaro. There's something I want to show you. I realize that there's a strange object sitting on the table in front of me. What is this? A divergence meter. The numbers indicate the divergence value of the current world line. The meter displays 0.337187%. Divergence is measured from my original world line, which corresponds to 0. You made this? No. I brought it with me from 2036. These are Nexi tubes, right? Whoever made this has taste. I'd happily dub it Future Gadget number 9. How exactly does it work? It shouldn't be possible to measure changes like that. Suzuha shrugs. I don't know either. You don't know. Can you guess who made it? How should I know? You did, Okabe Rintaro. Huh? You made it. 11 years from now. It apparently works the same way your special power does. Huh. So this meter lets other people check world line diversions? I wish. I'm pretty sure only Okabe Rintaro would notice if the number changed. What? Then there's no point? Make something useful for once, Okabe. I ignore Kurisu's complaints and look at the meter again. This is something I made. 15 years have passed since I completed it. 11 years will pass before I complete it. It's a strange feeling. Only the person who made it knows how it works. Wait 11 years. I'm sure he'll have figured it out by then. Have you met me in the future? She did say I was an infamous terrorist in 2036. For some reason, Suzuha's expression darkens momentarily. No. Never. Oh. So, why are you showing me this? When the meter reads over 1%, you've made it to the beta world line. 1%. Right. Reach 1% divergence, and you'll save Shina Mayuri. I stare at the glowing red numbers. They don't budge. Just another 0.6%. It seems so easy. But there are 6 digits after the decimal point, and no tens place. What does that mean? Something tells me it won't be easy as it looks. Here I have it. No point in me carrying it around. I hope you'll find a use for it. Based on recommendations from the BBS thread, I spend the morning visiting stores in Akiba. My destinations rung the gamut, from okotaku stores packed with anime goods to souvenir shops full of Olympic memorabilia. I even visit a few that specialize in locally manufactured goods. But although I hit about every kind of store that could be considered niche, I am unable to find anything that resembles Suzu's pin. Maybe I should go all the way to Ikebukuro or Nakono. I start heading back to the lab, but just then, a street vendor catches my eyes. The storekeeper is a foreigner covered in tattoos. The table next to him is covered with accessories and other fashion items. This is the first time I've seen such a stylish street stand in Akiba. Most vendors just sell random junk. It's not like I have anything to lose, so I walk over and check out the selection. Among the various accessories, see a number of metal pins. I see a number of metal pins. What a coincidence. Could he have pins like Suzu's? I don't see OSHM **A 7010 logo on any of the displayed accessories, but I'd better ask just to be sure. He's a foreigner, so maybe I should use English? Our eyes meet. His are bright and blue as the sky. I quickly look away. Damn, he must think I'm a coward. Better get this over with. Hey, master! I am mad scientist. So cool. Son of a bitch. Can I help you? He smiles a wide, toothy smile, nice teeth, and answers in Japanese. I was hoping for more of a reaction. I have a question, if you don't mind. I take a photocopy of Suzu's pin out of my pocket. Does this look familiar? The man stares at it for a while, then shrugs, and shakes his head in an exaggerated manner typical of Westerners. I want to know where it came from. Can you help me find out? Remember. Sorry. It's a little difficult, eh? What is he saying? By the way, where'd you get this thing? That's what I want to know. I'll compensate you. I'm sorry. He apologizes in broken Japanese. It looks like this is another dead end. Just in case, I give him my contact information and ask him to get in touch if he finds out anything. Then I turn to leave. Okabe Rintaro. Suzuha's standing a short distance away. She is holding a drink. It's my favorite Dr. P. No. Wait. That's cola. Sup? I want a drink. I accept the offer and quench my thirst while leaning on the roadside fence. Last time I saw her, Suzuha was on her way to Kanade to continue the search. How long has she been standing there? Anything? Nope. So, what was with your English back there? It sounded so dumb. So cool. Is that standard English in this era? Of course not. Oh, so it's an Okabe Rintaro original. There's no overseas travel in my time, so I wouldn't know. No overseas travel? What? You mean at all? Pretty much. Travel permits are hard to get, and they'd never issue one for a vacation. I'd never seen a foreigner before coming to this time. So in the future, no one is allowed to leave Japan? Japan was like that a few centuries ago too, when the Tokugawa shogunate closed the country to the west. It sounds like CERN set international relations back hundreds of years. Perhaps that's why there's no war in Suzuo's time. It's hard for conflicts to emerge when races and cultures can't interact. It sounds kind of like a prison with invisible walls, guarded by CERN and the Committee of 300. I mean, ending war is obviously a good thing, but anyway, there's no point thinking about the distant future now. We need to come up with a new plan. The sunlight beats on my head, making it hard to think. I feel like I'm standing in a sauna. Why does the sun hate me so much? Shining in the center of the sky like it owns the damn place. Damn it, why can't we find any information on that pin? I suppose it's no skin off my back if we don't find Suzuo's father. As long as Daru fixes the time machine, nothing else matters. So why do I feel so bad about my lack of progress? I really don't know. Maybe I'm just frustrated by my own powerlessness. I can't save Mayuri. I can't fix Suzuo's time machine. I can't even help Karisu with the time leap upgrade. So, what am I good for? The only thing I can do is help Suzuo find her father. Maybe this pin is newer than we think. I mean, maybe it hasn't been made yet. Suzuo stretches, then looks at me with a calm smile. Maybe I'm not meant to meet him. I mean, we've tried everything and still no sign. It's just not in the cards, I guess. I feel a surge of anger at her words. Here I am, stewing in self-loathing, and she acts like it doesn't matter. How can you give up? We still have one more day. Why are you getting mad? Everyone's fighting for you. Don't you get it? Me? I want to prioritize Mayuri over everything else. But you're still a lab mem, a friend. When a friend's in trouble, you want to help them. That's how Mayuri felt, and I agree. That's why I'm searching. So how dare you be the first to give up? You don't have to yell. Don't disappoint me like this. I tell myself to calm down. This is just my own feelings of impotence boiling over. There's no time for this. I'm sorry, but maybe you should think about how I feel. I realize that we have an audience. Some pedestrians are grinning at us like they think we're a bickering couple or something. You're right. I shouldn't have said that. It's too awkward to make eye contact. So I look around, pretending to think. Alright, what's next? I wonder how the other lab mems are progressing. Hey, we got some people in chess, so hey, you wanna decide for me? Should I use the phone or keep progressing with the enter key? There's a lot of bad things. They wishing on me. She said, do you love me? I tell her only partly. I only love my dom and my gay. I'm sorry. Phone. Okay, let's see how Daru's doing, or let's see how Assistant's doing, or let's see how Mayuri's doing. Who should we call? Who do we call? Is it Assistant's plan, or Daru's plan, or Mayuri's plan? The World of Trapland's plan? I'll just pick Assistant. Alright, here we go. Hello. Assistant? It's me. Oh. I think you got the wrong number. What are you saying? It's me, Hoin Kyoma. My name isn't Assistant, and your name isn't Hoin Kyoma. Would you prefer to be called Curry Gohan and Kamehameha? What? I hear a rattling from the other side of the phone. How do you know about that? Before I time leaped, you made a tearful confession. You said, I am an at-channeler, a Nico junkie, and a cam whore who posts tits, but will you still accept me as your assistant? And I, of course, replied, you may be an at-channeler, a Nico junkie, and a cam whore who posts tits, but you're still a member of this lab. And that makes you my assistant, now and forever. So wipe your tears, for there is still much. I'm going to post your personal information all over VIP if you don't shut your mouth right this second. How are things there? Fine. You called me at the right time. We need to talk. Just like that, we're back to normal conversation. I'll be right there. Okay, I'll be waiting. I take Suzuha back to the lab. Kurisu greets us with a cold stare when we return to the lab. For your information, I don't post I don't post pictures of my chest, okay? It was just a joke. Let it die. Kore Gohan and Kamehameha. So you're the one who keeps picking fights with me on the internet. Makes sense. I thought you wanted an open discussion. Sure. You're kind of annoying, though. Are these two still fighting? By the way, it may shock you to learn that I am the poster known as Hoenkyo. I know. God, the same reaction. Why do they only agree when it's at my expense? I clear my throat and change the subject. So, what did you want to talk about? The time leap machine? I think you probably forgot, so I wanted to make sure just in case. Have you been looking for a lifter? You haven't, have you? For the lifter, excuse me. Oh, right. We haven't discovered what it was at this point in time. I already know. It's the 42-inch CRT downstairs. Huh? Really? What's your proof? I've been here before. Remember? I see. Sorry for sticking with you. Excuse me, sorry for sticking you with this job. What? Don't apologize. It's creepy. I know you're not a fan of time travel research, but here you are building a time machine. I was just worried that maybe you were feeling conflicted. How rude. Kurisu scowls. I'm sure I've said this before, but I've always accepted time travel as a theory. I just don't trust people who claim it can be done despite how unrealistic it is. She sighs, then looks me over from head to toe. Besides, I can hardly deny it with evidence staring me in the face. Though I still don't like the idea of being called the mother of the time machine. Suzuha shrugs at this. Anyway, if you're apologizing, that must mean you helped out the first time. The first time? Before you started time leaping, you helped me build a machine, didn't you? Yeah? Daru and I helped. Then don't worry about it. I wouldn't want you to have to do it all over again. And right now, it's more important to repair Amane-san's time machine and search for her father. Sorry. Don't you apologize now. It's weird. Well, back to work. I should be able to get a lot done now that I know about the lifter. Kurisu waves and vanishes into the development room. I'd better not disturb her. The time limit is approaching. What else can I do? It's early evening, but the roof of Radikan is still hotter than hell. When I provide Daru with the refreshing gift of Dr. P, a frown appears on his sweaty face. You're supposed to give me an ice-cold zero-calorie cola. Common sense, man. I forgot he's a cola guy. No sense letting it go to waste. I drink the Dr. P myself. Dara and Suzuha start discussing the time machine. Mayuri and I watch from a short distance away. Hey, Okurin, isn't it amazing that the satellite was a time machine? Yeah, I guess so. I thought that Tyler's time machine was a car, a 1970s Chevy. It never even occurred to me to suspect the satellite. I should know better than to take anything for granted. In retrospect, the satellite was suspicious from the start. Not only had it appeared out of nowhere, but Tyler only started posting afterwards. I'm disappointed in myself for not realizing the connection. I'm glad Suzu-san wasn't hurt in the crash. I doubt it was anything like a crash. It probably just appeared there, displacing the wall, which then collapsed around it. After all, the time machine isn't self-propelled. It doesn't fly. I heard it's really hard to drive. I guess she heard that from Suzuha. If the gravitational whatchamacallit coordinates are just a teensy bit off, the whole time machine becomes a jelly man and goes bloop. And she's even said her time machine's unstable, since it's not a CERN model. I'm worried about her trip to 1975. Do you think I should go with her? I wonder if I'd fit. What would you do in 1975? I'd cheer Suzu-san on, of course. I'd hold her hand super tight and tell her that everything's going to be okay. Something tells me that that won't be much help. Hey, Okurin, do you think the time machine has a name? A name? That's the least of what I want to know about the time machine. Time permitting, I'd like to spend a whole day picking Suzuha's brain. I'm pretty sure John Titor's time machine had a model number, but the John Titor from 2000 might not have been Suzuha. There was no John Titor in 2000 on this world line, after all. Although, I suppose it's possible that Suzuha will drop by 2000 after traveling to 1975. If you want to know, just ask Titor. Oh, yeah, Mayushi didn't think of that. Mayuri giggles, then runs off to talk to Suzuha. She comes back quickly. Yep, it has a name. What is it? FG204. Something, something, she said. Something, something. Anyway, don't you think Daru-kun and Suzu-san are a good match? Huh? Mayuri's jumping all over the place today. I look at Daru and Suzu again. How do you figure? Daru's all about Ferris, you know. Oh, really? She tilts her head to the side. Good grief. Mayuri and I aren't of any use. I would prefer to leave Daru and Suzuha to it and resume the search for Suzuha's father, but Mayuri seems happy just sitting here. We don't have any leads on the pin or its owner. Maybe 2 days just aren't enough. No, that's quitter's talk. Like I told Suzuha, I don't want to give up. Besides, even if we don't get information we need this time, I can use the time leap machine to repeat these 2 days until we do. Oh yeah, Mayuri, what happened to your costumes? There's only a few more days until Kamima. I remember Mayuri pulling all-nighters to get her costume done. Has that changed? I already made 2 costumes, one for Keira-chan and one for Fubuki-chan. Weren't you making a 3rd one for Lukako? Yeah, I was, but I couldn't convince her, so I gave up this time. Hey, can Mayushi take a closer look at the time machine? Just don't get in their way. Okie dokie. Mayuri beams happily, then runs over to the time machine. She's acting like this is a field trip. Behind her, the sun glows dark and orange on the horizon. It's quite a view from up here. After a few minutes watching the sunset in silence, I realize that Suzuha is standing beside me. She must have come over as Mayuri left. Our shadows are long and murky. Ashida Itaru is amazing. He said if things go well, he could have the time machine fixed by tomorrow. He is a man who gets things done. And he looks so unhealthy and slow. Don't judge a book by its cover. Yeah, I have better impression of him now. Hey. There's something I want to say. And I feel like I'll never get another chance. Why so melodramatic? I'm really grateful to you. All of you. When I came to this time, I didn't know anyone. I was all alone in a world completely different from my own. This era is so peaceful. That's a wonderful thing, but it scared me. All I knew was the fight against CERN. But now, I have friends, real friends, who I can share my secrets with. All these people who lived before I was born are working so hard for my sake. It's a strange feeling, but a happy one too. I wanted you to know that. Suzuha's tone is wistful. Why? I tried to speak, but she continues before I can. Living with you guys in this time, it's been really fun. When I met you, you were all so kind and unique and over the top. I was kind of shocked at first, actually. But before I knew it, I started to enjoy spending time with you. 2036 is peaceful too. People don't even fight anymore. Did you know that? How could I? I'm not even alive in 2036, right? Oh, right. Sorry. Anyway, people don't fight, ever. About anything. All forms of conflict, war included, have vanished. Poof. Without a trace. Instead, everyone has dead eyes. Like fish. No one has ambition. Nobody dreams. They just trudge through their lives without a single complaint. Oh sure, people smile, but they never get angry or sad. There's no individuality. Everyone's a robot. You got really mad at me before, remember? I was really surprised. But at the same time, I was really happy. You're a strange girl. I guess so. Suzuha looks at the time machine. Dara and Mayuri are standing next to it, talking cheerfully about something or another. You're all so bright and full of life. I envy you. Shina Mayuri, Hashida Itaru, even Makise Kurisu. And of course, you. Don't be ridiculous. There's nothing enviable about me. I'm worthless. I can't even save Mayuri. I want to be more like you. If you ask me, you're the amazing one. I'm happy to hear you say that. It's thanks to all of you that I'm still going strong. Being a lab mem, even for just a little while, was great. She smiles then, a soft, sad smile that tears at my heart. What does it mean? Being with you guys, even for just a little while, was great. Suzuha. Change the future, Okobe Onitaro. Make it a world like this one, where people can be free. Hey, come on. Why are you being so sentimental? Does she not want to go back to 1975? But I mean, she's got a time machine, so she can't just come back afterwards? Even as I think it, I realize how wrong I am. Of course. When Suzuha completes her mission and brings us the IBN 5100, the world line will change. The future will be rewritten, and the 2036 she knows will cease to exist. To hear her describe it, the future is an awful place, but even so, it was her home. She has friends there, I'm sure, comrades in arms, and memories of her father, barrel tighter. All of that will be lost to her forever. No wonder she's getting sentimental. After we fix the time machine, let's have a party. Thanks. And yet, she's still smiling, that sorrowful smile. Afterwards, I hit the streets again in search of the pin. But the day ended without a single lead, so I reluctantly returned to the lab and tried to search the internet. A couple of hours later, and still no luck. So far, I've accomplished absolutely nothing. My frustration is mounting. I can timely begin, but will that really help us find Suzuha's father? An unfamiliar number. Who is it? It's me.
Hi, Mr. Okabe.
Hi, Mr. Okabe. The voice is heavily accented. I can barely make it out. Who is this guy? CERN? I jump to my feet and scan the room, then run to the window and check the road below. No suspicious figures inside. Kurisu comes out of the development room and gives me a questioning look, but I wave her back inside. CERN? What is that? I gulp and carefully choose my words. Identify yourself. You, one more afternoon, came to our factory, make inquiry, and told me your telephone number, you know. What are you saying? No, wait. I've heard this broken Japanese before. The strange Japanese filters through my brain, connecting synapses. That's right. It's that foreign street vendor I met this afternoon in Akaba. Identified. Nice to meet you. Oh, you're welcome. I do custom work. Yesterday night, a guest come here. I've remembered. That guest was please make pin badge, same one you had. I don't quite get what he's saying, but he seems really excited about it. I'll head there right now. I go to the same spot as before, although his stand has already closed. The Westerner is waiting for me. Oh, Okabe! Hello! Where did that guest of yours go? Client come here was yesterday time. The blue-eyed white man shrugs his shoulders. So it was yesterday. He contacted me because he remembered. What's his contact info? His name and address. Poison. Guest just for simulation. Private information have nothing. So last night someone came by, wanted to make metal pins with the same sign as Suzuha's, but he died of poisoning? Or the guest was just a simulation, so there's no private information? I am not following. Japanese, very studious, and awarding private information, become nervous and serious, yes? That doesn't help. If guest had gave name or telephone number, however, no leak. That is business. Fatigue suddenly weighs down my shoulders. I don't understand a word he's saying anymore. My head is full of question marks. In hindsight, I should have brought Kurisu to speak English for me. I guess I'll have to wing it. What did your customer look like? Man? Woman? Well, so young, or so middle. Japanese have young face. Just by look, no understand. Anything else? Maybe a judo fighter or pro wrestler? What? Judo? Pro wrestler? What do you mean by that? Yes! That wasn't a yes or no question. What the hell do you mean? Balloon! Was balloon. Balloon, judo, pro wrestling. Good! No, not good. Are you trying to confuse me? I want to ask more questions, but the foreigner suddenly sees a policeman walking by and runs off. I consider chasing him, but decide against it to avoid police attention. I give up. The search has hit a dead end, and we barely have any time left to search for a barrel tighter. I can time leap again starting at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Looks like all I can do is wait until Christina's done working and then leap to the time this suspicious character appeared at the stand. Chrisu carefully connects the 2 cords she's holding. Done. The time leap machine is complete. It's 2:30 p.m. on the 13th, about 20 minutes later than before. Kurisu walks into the lounge with a satisfied look on her face. It's just her, me, and Suzuha in the lab. I had Daru and Mayuri head to Radican, ostensibly to work on the time machine. So that's the time leap machine. Suzuha gazes at the now complete machine in awe. I've already explained to her how time leaping works. It's as different as can be from Suzuha's time machine, which can physically displace actual bodies. It makes you remember the future, right? That's pretty interesting. Suzuha crosses her hands behind her head and looks up at the ceiling. Intuition, sixth sense, deja vu. I wonder if those things are actually you recalling future memories. Some of CERN's researchers in my time came up with the theory that memories are a way of sharing information across world lines. Maybe it's similar to that. I just wish we knew more about Okabe's reading Steiner thing. Is it unique to Okabe? Or does everyone have the potential for it, and Okabe is just stronger by coincidence? One thing is for certain. My consciousness leaps to the past along with my memories. I still don't understand why that is. It would make more sense if you experienced a change in the present like you do when we send a D-mail. Does your consciousness depend on your memories? The problem is that consciousness doesn't have a form that we can see. Same goes for the soul. Those things are still in the realm of religion. Even in 2036, the existence of the soul hasn't been proven, and nobody's proven what forms consciousness either. I see. That's a little disappointing. Sending my consciousness back has let me change some future events with more precision than D-mail, but other events are locked in by conversions. I can change the method of Mayuri's death, but never the fact that she dies. That's not how it works. The future is always determined. Then why does the path there change? Because the world line changes. When you leap into the past and take different actions from before, divergence changes, if only a little bit. In most cases, that fluctuation won't amount to more than 0.000001% on the divergence meter. Small changes might not register at all. When you change the cause, the effect merely shifts to a separate, already existing world line. Since those two world lines are almost exactly the same, you barely feel any difference. So is that why reading Steiner didn't react? It's not like the previous world line disappears. It keeps existing as another possible world line. That's the many worlds interpretation, right? In any case, they are not parallel worlds. So, is the future reconstructed? I guess you could say that. I'm confused again. Maybe it's impossible for me to fully understand the structure of the universe. Anyway, that's enough discussion. It's time for me to leap again. I explain the situation to Kurisu and have her activate the time leap machine immediately. This time we go back. It's the night of the 11th. I went back about 40 hours. My objective is to keep watch on the street's vendors stand and hope that Suzuha's father might appear. I sent Suzuha elsewhere. I don't want her to be disappointed if I come up empty-handed. I'm standing out of sight a short distance away from the stand, munching on energy bars and soy milk to appease my growling stomach. I've already been here for 2 hours. I forgot to ask for the exact time the suspicious character appeared, so I had to begin my stakeout before sunset. It's now 8 p.m. and the stand looks like it's about to close. Is this another waste of time? Did that foreigner give me false information? But just as I'm finishing my milk, someone approaches the stand. Is that... I jump out of cover. Daru? Okarin? Daru jumps in surprise. But I'm the one who's really shocked here. What are you doing here? I was gonna ask you the same question. The storekeeper is looking at us funny, so we decide to change locations. Alright, Daru. What were you doing at that street stand? Don't tell me you were trying to counterfeit duplicates of Taiter's pin. Fine, I won't tell you then. So that's what happened. Daru was the suspicious character the foreigner told me about. So, all that stuff about judo, pro wrestling, and balloons was referring to Daru's size? Could he have been more confusing? Damn, it was all for nothing. Good thing I didn't bring Suzuha along. So why were you trying to make counterfeit versions of the pin? I wasn't trying to counterfeit it. Close enough. Well, I meant it as a backup plan, I guess. Amaneshi's gonna be sad if we don't find her old man, right? So, if that happens, I'll show her the badges I made and, well, lie that her dad was here. So you'll give her false hope. You don't have to put it like that. Remember, there are good lies and bad lies. Bad lies hurt people, good lies save them. What eroge did you get that from? Kladan. And it's not an eroge, it's a visual novel that teaches you the meaning of life, so shut up. So, should I call off Operation Fake Taitor? Do you really think that will make Suzuha happy? Daru's expression suddenly turns sad. Amaneshi told me not to tell anyone, but I guess I'd better tell you. He's got a big mouth as usual. Still, he seems dead serious, so I'd better hear him out. I heard this from Amaneshi when we were discussing the repairs. Her time machine can only lead to the past. What? At first, I don't understand what he means. Nonsense. Taitor's time machine could travel both ways. Did you actually see it? Well, no. Besides, when you say Taiter, you mean the one who disappeared the one who appeared in 2000, don't you? I don't know anything about that Taiter. That's right, the Taiter I know and Suzuha aren't necessarily the same person. Although their time machines are similar, there are significant differences. For example, one looks like a Chevy, the other looks like a satellite. So, wait. Once she leaves, she can't come back. You're saying that if she goes to 1975, she can't return to 2010? Not without living 35 years in real time. Is he serious? Does that mean Suzuha's time machine can never return to 2036? Didn't I just say that? Then it's defective. Right. She said the time machine was incomplete. Incomplete. According to Amaneshi, her old man built it in secret by reverse engineering CERN technology. But CERN killed him before he could complete it. Amaneshi insists that it's fine as long as she can leap to the past, but... Are you sure about this? She said so herself. I don't think she was lying. So, if she doesn't meet her old man before the time machine is repaired, she might never get another chance. So that's why he was trying to make a copy of that pin, as evidence that Suzuha's father was here. But making a fake version of her father's pin isn't going to solve anything. A lie is a lie. But if we don't get caught... I waved Daru's silent and massaged my temples. Need to think. What difference does it make? True, Suzuha might be sad about missing her father, but that's none of my business. My top priority is Mayuri's safety. That's right. I mustn't let my emotions control me. I need to be more rational, more logical. There's a Japanese proverb. He who pursues two hares will catch neither. However, that sad smile on Suzuha's face. Now I understand what it meant. I feel something tight and deep within my chest. The next day, as night falls, I summon all lab mems except Kurisu to Radikan. It's boiling hot on the rooftop, even in the evening. When I provide Daru with the refreshing gift of cola, his sweaty face lightens up. Wow, Okurin, an ice cold, zero cola, calorie cola. How thoughtful of you. Daru happily takes a cola and chugs it straight from the bottle. Afterwards, Daru and Suzuha start discussing the time machine. Mayuri and I watch from a short distance away. Hey, Okurin, isn't it amazing that the satellite was a time machine? Yeah, I guess so. I'm glad Suzuha-san wasn't hurt in the crash. I heard it's really hard to drive. If the gravitational whatchamacallit coordinates are off just a teensy bit, the whole time machine becomes a jelly man and goes plop. And she even said her time machine's unstable, since it's not a CERN model. I'm worried about her trip to 1975. Don't you think I should go with her? I wonder if I'd fit. What would you do in 1975? I'd cheer Suzuha-san on, of course. I'd hold her hand super tight and tell her everything's going to be okay. Hey, Okurin, do you think the time machine has a name? If you want to know, just ask Tiger. Oh, yeah. Maybe she didn't think of that. Mayuri giggles, then runs off to talk to Suzuha. She returns a few seconds later. Yep, it has a name. FG204 something something, she said. Anyway, don't you think Daru-kun and Suzuha are a good match? I look at Daru and Suzuha again. Daru's all about Ferris. Oh, really? She tilts her head to the side. Hey, can Mayuri take a closer look at the time machine? I nod, and Mayuri runs over to the time machine again. Behind her, the sun glows dark and orange on the horizon. As Mayuri leaves, Suzuha comes over to stand beside me. Our shadows are long and murky in the fading light. Ashida Itaru is amazing. He said if things go well, he could have the time machine fixed by tomorrow. And he looks so unhealthy and slow. A refreshing breeze blows by. It was quite hot a few minutes ago, but the temperature is finally starting to drop. Hey, there's something I want to say, and I feel like I'll never get another chance. Are you listening? After a moment's hesitation, I give a little nod. I'm really grateful to you, all of you. When I came to this world, I didn't know anyone. I was all alone in a world completely different from my own. This era is so peaceful. That's a wonderful thing, but it scared me. All I knew was the fight against CERN. But now I have friends, real friends, who I can share my secrets with. All these people who lived before I was born are working so hard for my sake. It's a strange feeling, but a happy one too. I wanted you to know that. I've heard these words before, just like last time. Her tone was wistful. Her time machine can only leap to the past. The truth I heard from Daru plays in my head in an endless refrain. Living with you guys in this time, it's been really fun. When I met you, you're all so strange and unique and over the top. I was kind of shocked at first, actually. But before I knew it, I started to enjoy spending time with you. 2036 is peaceful too. People don't even fight anymore. Did you know that? I shake my head. Anyway, people don't fight, ever. About anything. All forms of conflict, war included, have vanished. Poof. Without a trace. Instead, everyone's dead eyes, like fish. No one has ambition. Nobody dreams. They just trudge through their lives without a single complaint. Oh sure, people smile, but they never get angry or sad. There's no individuality. Everyone's a robot. You've got really mad at me before, remember? I was really surprised, but at the same time, I was really happy. Suzuha looks at the time machine. Dara and Mayuri are standing next to it, talking cheerfully about something or another. You're all so bright and full of life. I envy you. Shina Mayuri, Hashida Itaru, even Makazekarisu. And of course you. I want to be more like you. It's thanks to all of you that I'm still going strong. Being a lab mem, even for just a little while, was great. She smiles then, a soft, sad smile that tears at my heart. This time, I know what that smile means. Being with you guys, even for just a little while, was great. Suzuha obviously knew from the beginning that she traveled to 1975. If she traveled, she could never return. Change the future, Okabe Rintaro. Make it a world like this one, where people can be free. The first time I heard her speak these words, I thought she was sentimental because she couldn't return to the original 2036. I was wrong. Forget about 2036, she can't even return here to 2010. Not without living 35 years. She'll be 54 when 2010 comes around. The present, us, and the present, Suzuha, can never meet again. Suzuha chose this mission to change the future, to save Mayuri. Unless Suzuha travels to 1975, Mayuri will die. But then, what about Suzuha herself? When she leaves for 1975, she'll have to sacrifice everything she has here. How does she feel about that? Do you regret spending time with us? What do you mean? Do you regret making new friends here, new memories? Do you wish you had kept your distance? You've already abandoned one life. Now you have to abandon another. In a sense, it's like you are killing yourself. Did Hashida Itaru tell you? Suzuha frowns. He's worried about you. Jeez, I told him not to tell anybody. Well, how do you feel about going to 1975? It doesn't matter how I feel. Excuse me. Suzuha's expression suddenly hardens. I have to go. It's the path I choose. And it's what my dad wanted. What if we ask you to stay? I'll go anyway. One of those guys on that channel asks what right I have to change the future and decide the fate of the human race. He had a point. But still, I don't want the future to turn off like that. I want the people in my time to be free like you. Free to laugh and play, fight and argue, and get sad and cry. If I change the future, then no one will die. Not you, not Shina Mayuri, and not my dad. Maybe I don't have the right, but I'm going anyway. Even if you can never return. Ah, come on. The 70s aren't a bad time, you know? I'll find friends there just like you guys. We'll have a blast. Just like that, Suzuha is back to her usual self. But despite her cheerful smile, I am certain that her resolve was forged from fear and doubt, the likes of which few can imagine. I was a fool to think that my words could sway her. Beneath the clear blue sky, the time machine comes to life. Daru's repairs are complete. Mayuri and I help drain the last of the water out of the cockpit. The machine is still stuck in Radikan's wall, but that's a small matter. Daru gazes at the time machine with a satisfied expression. Mayuri is jumping for joy, and Kurisu, who ran over as soon as she completed the time leap machine, is visibly relieved. Meanwhile, Suzuha is struggling to attach her mountain bike to the time machine's exterior. She likes it so much, she wants to bring it with her to 1975. Kurisu is worried that it might cause a time paradox. My heart is still heavy. Should I let Suzuha leave like this? I chide myself for the thought it's not my choice to make. Suzuha isn't from his time. If she doesn't want to stay, then I have no reason to keep her from leaving. Suzuha finishes securing her bicycle and turns to us with a soft smile. It's not painful, forced smile I saw yesterday. It's not the painful, forced smile I saw yesterday. We don't perform a startup test. Activating the time machine would draw too much attention. So we're going to wing it. Fortunately, we have the time leap machine for insurance. My only regret is that we couldn't find her father.
Thanks, guys. Really. I can't thank you enough.
Don't forget about us. If you want to thank me, then let's make out. Control yourself, perv. The lab mems pat Suzuha on the shoulder and offer words of encouragement, each in his or her own way. Oh right, take this. Suzuha offers me her father's pin. OSHM ***A 7010. In the end, we couldn't decide for the inscription. This is for you, Okabe Rintaro. Keep it in the lab, will you?
Somewhere out of sight is fine.
Suzuha, is she regretting her decision to leave? Is this pin meant to be proof that Amane Suzuha was here with us in this time? About the pin. Daru hesitates for a moment, then steps forward. Why don't we make duplicates for all the lab members? Make it our symbol, I guess. Wow, that's a great idea. How unusually thoughtful of you. I don't know what to say. We already took a picture of it, so keep your pin, Amaneshi. It belonged to your father, right? Yeah. Okay. I stayed silent. There's nothing I can say. I can stop Suzuha from leaving if I try. But unless she goes, I can't save Mayuri. Okay, everyone. Mayushi has an important announcement to make. Mayuri suddenly raises her hands and calls for attention. As usual, she completely fails to sense the gravity of the situation, though I suppose it's our fault for not telling her the truth about Suzuha's time machine. In any case, she has my attention. What could her announcement be? Could Mayuri have found out that she's fated to die? I quickly glance at Kurisu, but she seems just as confused as I am. Then what is it? Actually, Mayushi-san found... Blah, 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 blah. Actually, Mayushi found Suzuha-san's death. Huh? What? Really? Mary puffs out her chest proudly. Wanna meet him? You do, don't ya? Well, he's here with us today. What? Where? Everyone, including me, starts looking around. Mary has us hook, line, and sinker. I scan the empty event hall, but there's no one else here. Where could he be? Allow me to introduce you. Suzuha-san's dad is... Is that a drum roll? Ta-da! Suzuha-san's dad is... Mary flashes Suzuha a grin. Daru-kun! She thrusts a finger at Daru. Our mouths drop. After awkward silence comes awkward laughter. That joke's not even logical. It's impossible for this perv to get married in the first place. Hey, that kind of hurts. I completely ignore who's fated to become a wizard when he turns 30. You could be nicer about it, guys, but it's the truth, so I can't object. Daru falls to his hands and knees, devastated. As for Suzuha herself, she clearly doesn't know how to react. You know, my dad wasn't fat. Jeez, you're all so mean to Daru-kun. Mayushi's the only one to stand up for me. You're an angel, Mayushi. Do you love me? Nope. Harsh. Mayushi's 100,000,000% sure that Daru-kun is Suzuha's dad. Okay. What's your proof? I was thinking about the letters on Suzu-san's pin. After staring at it really hard, I noticed the 7 in 7010 looks a little weird. It's not a 7, it's a 2. The line fell off the bottom. Really? Suzuha stares at the inscription on the pin again. It's so small. I can't tell. It's easy to see on the picture we took. 2010. But that's this year. Then, what do the letters mean? OSHM. Asterisk. That's what's inscribed on the pin. That's easy. Okabe, Shina, Hashida, Makase, and finally, Amane. What? It was right in front of us all along. We just didn't know where to look. It's our initials. So I was thinking, why 2010? And then I remembered it's the year of the lab mems. The year of the lab mems. The Future Gadget Laboratory was founded this year. So that's what it is. And you know, Suzu-san has lots of stories about future Okurin and future Christian and future Christian. But not a single story about Daru-kun, right? There weren't any about Mayushi either. Daru's observation startles me. It's an obvious thing to wonder about, but it strikes too close to home. Well, Mayushi's a lab mem, but I can't make time machines, and I don't like fighting. Of course I'm not famous. No, the reason there aren't any stories about Mayuri is because she dies in a few hours. Only Kurisu Suzuha and I know that, and we say nothing. But Daru-kun's a super hacker and Okurin's right arm. He even helped Okurin make Phone Wave-chan, so I thought it was strange Suzu-san didn't know him. So you're saying he used a different name? Barrel Taida-san helped Okurin find the resistance. Found the resistance, right? And he was in Akaba in 2010. And he was able to build his own time machine. And he knew about Okurin's reading spaghetti. Reading Steiner. He knew about it. Doesn't that fit Daru-kun perfectly? She's right. Do you remember the day Suzu-san went to meet her father? She thought he would be at the time machine offline meet. We know that because we told her. Daru-kun was supposed to be there too, right? That meet was seriously important to the history of Japanese sci-fi. At least I got to sneak in while tailing Amaneshi. I don't remember that. It must have happened because of the email I sent. This is the curse of reading Steiner. Although I keep my memories from previous world lines, I don't acquire memories of events on new world lines. Dad told me about that meet when I was little. I don't remember what he said exactly, but I thought I might be able to meet him there. So, if I'd been at the meet, everything would have been okay? I don't know. I don't think I'd have picked you out as my dad.
Still, the evidence keeps piling up. And there's the time machine's name, FG204 something something. What was it? FG204, second edition, version 2.31. That naming sense, it's got to be Daru. And FG probably stands for Future Gadget. So Suzuha's time machine is Future Gadget number 204? Finally, his name, Barrel Tighter, has to be Daryl-kun. Come to think of it, last night, Mayuri asked how to say barrel in Japanese. Barrel is taru in Japanese, right, Christian? Chris nods. Taru.
Taru?
Taru.
Taru.
Daru? It's a pun? Okay, Suzu-san, say Hashira Itaru 10 times fast. What? Why? Just say it and find out. Hashira Itaru. Just... Okay, now my turn, I guess. I can't do that while she's doing that. Hashira Itaru, 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 Hashira Itaru. I don't know if that was 10 times, but I'm done. Just now, didn't it sound like Daru? Taiter? Taiter? Ishira Itaru. It did. Hashita Itaru, Hashita Itaru, Hashita Itaru, Hashita Itaru, Hashita Itaru. For reals? For reals. I can't believe it. But with all this evidence laid out in front of me, I can't deny it either. Everyone's jaw drops again, only this time we're staring at Daru and Suzuha. I think she looks just like her father. That could be the placebo effect, but now that you mention it, they kinda do look alike. Nice work, Mayuri. You'll make a great detective one day. Detective? That's the first time anyone said that. She's such a ditz most of the time, but maybe she's more perceptive than anyone knows. My daughter? Amane, she's my daughter? Daru, wide-eyed, points at Suzuha while flapping his lips like a fish out of water. Dad? Could you call me Papa instead? For once in your life, don't be a perv. Dad? Suzuha tries to hold back her tears, but can't. They fall from her eyes and roll down her cheeks. Seeing this, Daru stops his joking and lets Suzuha speak. I came, Dad. I came to see you. In the time machine you built. Yeah. I'm going to finish what you started. I promise. Yeah. Watch over me, okay? I'm watching. Of course I am. Suzuha walks over to Daru and hugs him gently. Daru, awkwardly but firmly, hugs her back. Father and daughter, reunited across time. I'm truly glad we could bring them together. But, by the way, was your mother cute? Request petite girl with cute face and big boobs? Aha, that's a secret. When Suzuha finally steps away from Daru, she's smiling once again. Well, that takes care of everything I wanted to do on this world line. I guess I should be going. What? Wait, you're going already? Don't you have more to say to your father? What am I doing? Suzuha's mind is set. I know that nothing I say will convince her to stay. It's madness to even try. If she stays, Mayuri dies. I know that. So why am I trying to stop her? No, I'm fine now. I'm going to get an IBN 5100, just like I promised. She looks at us with the face of a warrior. I'll bring it to you here in Akihabara. It's my duty. And I'll see it through. The rest is up to you. Change the future, please. Nobody speaks. Nobody nods. We don't have the words, but she sees it in our faces. Resolve. Suzuha has entrusted us with her will and her mission. We meet her gaze, each of us, and silently swear to protect them to the end. The future Suzuha came from is not the future we desire. In Suzuha's time, Daru and I fought to change it. This time, we'll make sure it never happens. May Yuri will live, Kurisu will be free. Suzuha will grow up knowing her father. We must change the past, that all these things may come to pass. Well, see you in 35 years. Though I guess it'll only be a few hours for you guys. Oh, I almost forgot. The time machine gives off terrific ultraviolet rays when it jumps, so make sure not to look directly at it. With that final warning, Suzuha boards the time machine. She waves once, and then the hatch closes behind her. Moments later, the machine comes to life. A shrill alarm starts ringing. There are no other sounds. It makes less noise than I'd expect. People on the street below start shouting and cheering at the satellite's sudden activity. They all look up and point. My phone vibrates. I quickly take it out and open it. The mail is from Suzuha. I think no matter what I do, it's going to be opened, but yeah. Oh, it's from John Tider, though. Not Part-Time Warrior. Let's close the phone before we open it and see what happens. Wow, it's exactly as I expected. Goodbye. When I failed to stop her on a previous world line, she sent me the exact same message before leaving. But this time, the word holds a completely different meaning. I lift my eyes from the message to see the space around the time machine begin to warp. A cocoon of light appears and envelops the fuselage. I squint my eyes against the brilliance. Suzuha. We will never see her again. Not this Suzuha. Yes, we can seek her out in our time. I know that I will make the effort. But the next time we meet, an immense gulf of time will have divided us. No matter how hard we wish it were different, she will not be the girl we knew. All of a sudden, Daru takes a step into the light. Suzuha? I'm sure we will meet again. I'll do my best until then. I hate myself for not knowing any other way to say it, but I'll do my best. I'll do my best, I promise. For Suzuha, do your best too. His words probably can't reach her anymore. As the light grows more intense, I raise my hand to shield my eyes. Bathed in radiant particles, the cocoon slowly unfurls. The next thing I know, Suzuha's time machine has vanished into thin air, leaving a hole the size of a dump truck in Radikan's wall. The air is thick with the smell of ozone, and seems to pulse softly where the machine stood. We stand there for a while, staring silently at the empty spot, while the summer breeze blows gently past, as if the wind were fate itself. Unfortunately, we don't have time to mourn her departure. In about an hour and a half, Moeka's group will attack the lab. Before that happens, we need to acquire the IBN 5100 that Suzuha went to 1975 to attain. The time machine's sudden disappearance has thrown the area into chaos, which makes it easy for us to slip out unnoticed. See you in 35 years, Suzuha said. 54-year-old Suzuha should be here in Akuba. Before she left, we decided that the time machine's disappearance would be her cue to bring the IBN 5100 to the lab. But when we return to the lab, there's no 54-year-old woman waiting for us. It seems Suzuha hasn't come yet. No more running, Kurisu. gasps for breath while Mayuri calmly munches on a banana. As I check the lab for any sign of Suzuha, a line of red numbers catches my eye. The meter reads 0.337187. Divergence hasn't changed. Reading Steiner didn't activate this time, so I suspect that might be the case. Suspected. Let's think this through. I thought that divergence would change the instances obtained the IBN 5100 in 1975, but maybe there's something else that needs to happen. Will it change the instances hands me the IBN 5100? Or will it change when we use the IBN 5100 to delete my email from CERN's database? At any rate, all we can do now is wait for Suzuha to arrive. Suzuha's 54 by now, right? After catching my breath, Daru speaks. My daughter is 30 years older than me. I don't know if I want to see that. Feels weird, man. You know, it wouldn't be unusual for her to have grandchildren by that age. You mean I could have great-grandkids? I don't know if I'm ready for that, man. Just be super nice to them. That's what grandpas do. Please, don't call me grandpa. A knock on the door interrupts their idle chatter. It must be Suzuha. Everyone looks at me with a strange mixture of anticipation and anxiety. I slowly open the door. Okabe. Instead of an old woman, we get a wall of muscle. Our disappointment is palpable. Oh, it's you. Hey, have you seen my part-timer? Mr. Braun peeks into the lab. If you're looking for Suzu-san, she went 35 years. Shut up, Mayuri. Kurisu covers Mayuri's face. Mouth, rather. You know something? Where'd that girl run off to? She took the last couple days off, and I don't know when she's coming next. She won't even answer her phone. We don't have time for this, but I can't just order him to leave, not unless I want another cracked skull. She said she went back to her hometown. She's probably gone for good. What? You sure? That brat. She didn't say a word to me. The future is changing. Isn't that proof? On my previous leaps, Mr. Braun never came by the lab. This must be related to Suzuha's trip to 1975. Surely it's a good sign. Now, as long as the attractor field doesn't amend history again, Mr. Braun sighs, then turns to me with a serious expression. Well, whatever. I've got something for you, Okabe. For me? He hands me an envelope. It's addressed to Okabe Rentaro, but there's no stamp or postmark. The name Ashida Suzuha is written on the back. What is this? It's from the lady who used to own this building. She asked me to give it to you on this day. Who? How did you know Suzuha-san anyway? Suzu-san. Suzu-san, of course. The name on the back reads Hashida Suzu. Hashida is Daru's surname. Where is she now? Huh? She passed away 10 years ago. Passed away? She's dead? A wave of dizziness nearly sweeps me off my feet. How old was she? Mid-40s, I think. The age fits. Thank you for taking care of this letter, Mr. Braun. It's from Suzu-san? Seriously? Why did he have it? Mr. Braun clearly doesn't understand our reaction, and we're not about to explain. I thank him. He grumbles a bit and leaves. As soon as he's gone, I break the seal and open the envelope. Inside is a handwritten letter. The characters are slightly messy, as if her hand was shaking as she wrote it. Our eyes, transfixed, begin to read. Dear Okabe Rintaro, it's me, Amane Suzuha, Hashida Taiter's daughter. It's been a long time. Though for you, I'm sure only a few hours have passed. The date is June 13th, the year 2000, meaning I'm writing this 10 years before you will read it. I'll get right to the point. I failed. 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 The date is June 14th, the year 2000. About 9 or 10 years before you will read this. I failed. I only remembered who I was 1 year ago today. The day Nostradamus said the King of Terror would come. Stupid, stupid King of Terror. He should have come and burned us all away. For 24 years, I forgot who I was. All I could remember was my name. I finally remembered 1 year ago, the day the King of Terror was supposed to come, but didn't. There's no King of Terror, but I want to die. The repairs were incomplete. The time machine malfunctioned. When I arrived in 1975, I couldn't remember anything. They found me lying in the street like a broken doll and took me to a hospital. Now I've been living on my own for years, but that's as Hashida Suzu, a normal person who forgot the duty and mission of Ominous Suzuha I only remembered last year. I failed. 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 I'm a failure. Something went wrong. I don't know what. The repairs were incomplete, but it's not Dad's fault, it's mine. I should have gone straight to 1975. I should have stopped in 2010, but I was selfish, and now the future is doomed. There is no IB in 5100. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. For what purpose have I lived to this age? I forgot my duty and lived a carefree life instead. Now my life has no meaning at all. It's worthless. 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 I wish I hadn't remembered. I'm glad I finally remembered. I'm glad I had this chance to say sorry. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. Forgive me. My plan failed. I spent this whole year asking myself why. I finally figured it out. If I hadn't postponed my leap to 1975, this wouldn't have happened. Okabe Rintaro. After the offline meet, you stopped me from going to 1975. I was really happy, but that's where it all went wrong. I should have left. I shouldn't have waited. That was my last chance. That night, there was a thunderstorm. My time machine was flooded. If you can go back to that day, please, please let me leave. Then, I can bring you the IB in 5100. I can fulfill my mission. Please. That's all I want. I promised Dad. This was his dream. I want to change the future. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My life is meaningless. My hand curls, crumbling the page. I realize that I am crying. Suzuha failed? She lost her memory? Her life was meaningless? This can't be happening. Nobody says a word. Their faces, like mine, are frozen in disbelief. I turn to Daru. He's whiter than a sheet. Daru, didn't you fix the time machine? I did. I thought I did. But I mean, that was my first time repairing a time machine. I might have missed something. Missed something. Whatever you missed cost your daughter 24 years of her life. I didn't do it on purpose. Calm down, both of you. Ashida did everything he could. He doesn't deserve your anger over it. How can you be so calm? That's how I am. Sorry. Now calm down. Yeah. It's not Daru's fault, I know that. But it can't end like this. It can't. What was Suzuha feeling as she wrote this letter? I look again at the words scrawled upon the page, every character resonant with despair. I wanted to welcome her back with a smile. Instead, this. Suzuha is dead. 10 years gone. Wait. How did she die? Don't tell me. Mr. Braun must know what happened. I run to the window and check the street. Mr. Braun is outside, closing up shop.
Mr. Brown!
Mr. Braun! I run downstairs. Okabe, did you hear? That satellite up and disappeared. Everyone's talking about it. I guess it's already made the news. Please, I need to know. Huh? No what? Hashida Suzu-san. How did she die? Why do you want to know that? He looked at me hard. I meet his stare unflinching. I don't know anything about how she died. I need to know what her last moments were like. I feel that it's my duty to know, to engrave her memory into my heart. Sounds like you've got a reason. What I want to know is how you knew her. She was an old acquaintance. That's all I can say. A very old acquaintance. But I still remember the time I spent with her. So please, tell me. I don't like to talk about it, but alright. Listen good, Okabe. I slowly nod. And then I get my answer. It was suicide. The word drops on my heart like an anvil. My knees give out. I collapse to the pavement. Suicide. She hung herself at home. I was the one who found her. My life was meaningless. I recall the last words she wrote in her letter, words of unimaginable despair. She didn't deserve so bleak an end. She became unstable about a year before it happened. Before that, she was a nice, cheerful lady. This building was hers. She gave me a place to stay. She had no relatives, you know. Almost no one came to her funeral. It wasn't that a sad thing to see. She handed me that letter a week before it happened. Told me to give it to a young man named Okabe Rentaro on this exact date. When you moved in upstairs, I thought Suzu-san must have seen the future or something. Enough. I can't take it anymore. I try to stand, but my legs betray me. I stumble, but before I fall, a small body supports my shoulder. Okarin, are you okay? Mayuri. Must be taking all her strength to hold me up. Did Mayuri hear how Suzu had died? Her eyes are wet, her lips are trembling. Still, she's the one supporting me. Mayuri and I bow deeply to Mr. Braun and return to the lab. When we get back, Daru is seated at his computer, head on the table. Kurosu is standing in front of the TV, watching an excited reporter talk about Radigan. The disappearance of the satellite is huge news, obviously. The lounge is silent, save for the TV. I look at the table. The divergence meter still reads 0.337187. It hasn't changed since Suzu left. What is wrong? What went wrong? I can't go back 10 years with the time leap machine. I can't do anything about Suzu's death. I should have stopped her from leaving after all. Should I have? Maybe then this tragedy wouldn't have happened. No. What choice did I have? I can't save Mayuri without the IBN 5100. Suzu had to travel to 1975. I consider my options. What if I redo these 2 days again? Could Daru fix the time machine so this doesn't happen? Is fixing the time machine even possible? Daru's skills are second to none, and the time machine was built by his own hand, 26 years in the future. It seems logical that he would be able to fix it, but look at it another way. It took Daru 26 years to learn enough to build the time machine, and he had to reverse engineer CERNs to do it. Maybe it's unreasonable to expect our Daru to perform flawless repairs in only 2 days. In that case, can I have Daru use the time leap machine and repeat these 2 days until he repairs it? No, I'll have to start from scratch each time. 2 days just aren't enough. I collapse onto the sofa and bury my face in my hands. Mary sits next to me and gently rubs my back. I am grateful for her kindness. I recall what Suzuha wrote. If you can go back to that day, please, please let me leave. The D-mail I sent. Could that be the cause? On the original world line, Suzuha leapt to 1975 after failing to meet her father. Unsatisfied with that outcome, I sent a D-mail to convince myself to follow Suzuha and prevent her from leaving. As a result, she remained in 2010 for an additional 4 days. But that night, the time machine was damaged by a thunderstorm. If I hadn't followed Suzuha that day, if I hadn't sent that email to myself, her time machine would not have malfunctioned. She would have arrived safely in 1975. The solution is obvious. I need to cancel that email. But can I do that, really? If I change the past so that Suzuha leaves, won't that undo the 4 days we spent together? Our frantic search through the streets of Akaba. Her heartfelt confession on the roof of Radikan. Her tearful reunion with her father-daughter. All of it will be undone. What do I do? An urgent bulletin pops up on the TV. I look up in surprise. Bomb threat suspends Yamanote, Sobu, Kaihin, Tohoku lines. Damn, Moeka's men will be here any minute. There's no time to think, no time to hesitate. I run downstairs, break into the Braun Tube workshop, and turn on the 42-inch CRT. Then I return to the lab and activate the time leap machine. What are you doing, Okabe? Kurisu demands answers. I can see the fear in her eyes. We can't leave it like this. I have to do something. Okabe. But Okarin, are you sure? Don't try to stop me, Mayuri. I can't let this stand. There are 2 options. I can cancel the D-mail that convinced me to pursue Suzuha. Sending a contradictory D-mail should do the trick. Or I can time leap again and prevent Suzuha from leaving. 2 options. But really, just one. Do not hesitate, Okabe Taro. Hesitation is unforgivable. You already know what you must do. Stop pursuit. Last mail. Discern trap. That should be enough to convince me to let Suzuha go. Kurisu, you're good at remembering dates, aren't you? Huh? Well, sure. When did we throw that party for Suzuha? 4 days ago. August 9th. You're sending a D-mail, Okarin? But that won't that make everything disappear? 4 days. It may not sound like much, but in that time, we forged a definite bond with Suzuha. To send this email is to sever that bond. I know that. But this is the only choice I have. I set the phone wave to 97 hours ago. This email should arrive a few hours after the first. Now I just need to send it. Save Mayuri, that is my purpose. That is what drove me to leave your time. I'll do whatever it takes to save her. This is just one more sacrifice. Alright. Looks like it's time to use the phone. Time to use the phone. I just have to reach it. Alright, here we go. I start up the microwave. The discharge begins immediately. I place my thumb on the send button. Are you sure? Mayuri's voice is choked with tears. Our memories with Suzu-san will disappear. Is that really okay? Memories flash through my head. Being with you guys, even for just a little while, was great. I'm going to finish what you started, Dad. I promise. Well, see you in 35 years. Though I guess it'll only be a few hours for you guys. Change the future, please. Suzuha, I've made my choice. I won't ask for your forgiveness. Ultimately, I'm doing this to save Mayuri. But at the same time, the words you spoke on that rooftop are still strong in my heart. You entrusted to me your hope for the future. If I am to honor that wish and fulfill mine, then the time we spent together can never have happened. Oh, divergence has gone from 3 to 4. Oh. Maiden Complex looks like it's the end of this video. And I escaped the ending of which I think was the first from what I understand. So yeah, thanks for being here, everybody. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for keeping track. Have a great day. I love you, and bye-bye.